Greetings and good morrow, everyone. How are we doing? Welcome to the next session of Returning Power. Click the thing. Sneak back to the tavern. Oh, hello. Womp.
Nope.
Womp.
I think we have a different one then.
Maybe.
Hello, hello.
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 How do?
Oh god. Sounded muffled for a second.
I did?
Yeah, you're good now.
Oh boy, okay. Don't you break me the second I move. I swear it doesn't like me moving between chat channels.
Yeah, I think that's just a Discord problem. That happens to me sometimes.
I think it's a Discord problem. A lot of the times, rather than me having an absolute just brain meltdown, it's probably better just to leave Discord and enter again. But really, oh god. Well, speaking of meltdown, your mic just exploded. Literally did that, yes.
Become as Murloc.
Is it fixed now though?
Yes?
Currently?
For
Fixed
that sentence?
Fixed kind of cut out.
I'm very confident.
No.
Nope.
Nothing.
Why does it happen as soon as you go live?
I don't know. Here, you do that. Jump a channel and jump back. That, like, legit might be it. All right, now talk.
Hello?
Say
Longest
something
sentence?
Something longer than hello?
No.
No.
I don't understand. We were just talking literally 2 seconds ago.
It's always when you go live, husband. That can't be a
Every
coincidence.
time.
3 times in a row.
Yeah, but I'm not hosting Discord.
No. I don't know.
Yeah. That's weird.
Yeah. If I host a Discord, maybe, but
Like I said, also here, so there's an issue.
maybe this room is cursed.
I don't know. I was literally talking to Demons about the module that he linked before
Oh,
you
maybe
came
I'm
in.
cursed.
You sure it's the exact same module?
You've,
Oh my
you
god.
killed this mic. Dare you?
Yeah. I murdered your mic, apparently. That is massively frustrating. Hello?
Like the better now, or
No.
Kinda? I think it's technically better, but not good.
I'll just start talking in like peanut speech.
Talk like really slow.
What?
Also, yeah, the
Oh,
magic
no.
item mod I do have on. It was one of the first ones I downloaded. It's how I'm able to make all the items.
Weird.
Yeah.
Supposedly that mod allows or should allow Seth to cast his spells from the hotbar. But he can't.
It does. There might be some breakage because technically I think Foundry's on
Yeah.
version 8.8. I'm still on 7.10 because some mods don't work in 8.8. So.
Yeah. I'm just waiting for everything to update.
I'm waiting for things to update, yeah, because some core mod, like most of the core mods we use are working, some aren't, and I don't want to update. And you can go back, of course, but you have to manually back up all your data. I just don't want to go in and go, shit, everything's broken. Like halfway through the session, Comet just stops working. We have to manually like type OR rolls out, which is not that big of a deal, but it just slows shit down. I have physical dice here if I need to actually roll, so it's fine. Alrighty. Anyway, y'all remember where we left off whenever we last played Wii?
Shadows walked in and he told us something. I don't remember what he told us.
Perfectly vague. Yes, he was dragging in a corpse.
Oh, yeah, the weird thing.
Yes.
The weird thing.
Indeed, y'all were talking, and before we had to skedaddle, Shadows brought in a strange-looking black body that was mostly covered in sand. He looked a little hurt himself, but wasn't necessarily beat down. So you guys' worries, fortunately, were misplaced. He's fine. He was just gone for a
Currently misplaced.
currently misplaced. Correct. He
Look
was.
at you, beating down my worry. I'm still worried.
You can still be worried. I'm just saying he didn't go out and immediately get himself killed. So
I mean, he survived this long, so duh.
yes, as of current, your boy is okay.
For now.
For now.
Alright. I wish to see what
Yes.
he dragged over.
I think we already checked it, didn't we?
I don't
we-
remember if we checked it.
We literally
I think
paused
we
the
like
section the
sent
second
him off to get cleaned up or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah, y'all said go get cleaned up, and he said, "Oh, okay," and then basically went to go do that. Technically, tokens already out there, so boop. All right, so we will
Okay, bye,
begin.
Shadows.
We will begin from there, and he sort of just left the corpse effectively at the entrance to the inn. Jolly's not too privy on that, so he kind of walks the next adjourn as he's
just pick it up.
staring at it from you
Walk
guys.
it outside.
You dragging it back outside?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's probably
There we
not for the
go.
best to have this thing inside the tavern.
That's fair. Considering it's mostly covered in sand and just general desert orifice nonsense, it is pretty. I don't. It's not clean. By no means is this thing clean.
You used that word correctly, Hub.
I didn't, but I like the word. It's funny.
All right.
It's
Orifice.
orifice. Conjugate. What's my other word I keep saying too much?
I'm not gonna say it.
Moist.
Copacetic.
No. Cease your actions. That's your weekly allotment.
All right, I said it once. I can't say the rest of the session.
I mean,
Isn't
the
that, like,
week ends
third time
tomorrow,
this
so
week?
I think she meant I can say it once per session, right?
Between sessions.
Yeah. Yeah. Demons doesn't know if I say it in the other session.
All right, well, you can't play it. You can't say it anymore.
I won't say the C word
Out
again.
loud. How dare you?
yeah, very copacetic of you.
Alrighty. And with that, it drags the corpse outside. Jolly sort of gives, I guess, Kiara a look as the other two rush out, almost expecting an answer.
What did he ask?
He's not. He's looking at you like, what is that?
I'm gonna shrug and follow them out.
All right, considering he has a business to run, he's just going to trust that you guys kind of have your shit under control.
I just kind of clean
Yes.
it up in the water and
What is corpse?
get a better look at it.
And
Actually, is
follows-
it
Something
nighttime?
I've seen it
It is,
before.
right? Or it was,
I
yeah, it
believe
was nighttime, I think, right? Or late
think
in the afternoon.
I think it was late. Yeah, I think it was later. So he came back like mid to late day, I believe. Or at least jot down the exact time it is. Technically, there's an app that does that, but meh.
Yeah.
There's also a button here that makes it nighttime, but that makes it really dark, so I'm not gonna do that. It's cool. It makes it really, really dark. Alrighty, as you dip this strange fiend in the water and begin to clean it, it's baffling to look at, honestly. It's looks completely malformed. You can tell that Shadows definitely just beat the piss out of this thing. It's swollen. It's entirely black, and now that you've cleaned it, it's a bit shiny. Now that you've rubbed all the sand and such off, you see various splits in its flesh, most likely impact points and such. It has various tendrils linking off from its body, but you notice that some of the flesh that's covering its outside, it can almost be peeled away in a way, sort of as if that's a way to like protect itself, or maybe it hasn't completely formed.
Interesting.
Okay, so is it shiny like bug armor?
Like, is it chitin or chitin?
Chitin,
I think, yeah.
I think it's chitin. Okay, yes. It is it's similar to chitin, but it's very hard. It's like soft, sort of like a jellyfish. That's too squishy. Like an octopus, in a way.
Like
But
a leatherback tortoise.
Toitus. It's like one of them toituses. It's one of them toituses.
One of them
Yeah.
tortoises.
Yeah, one of them toituses. It's exactly like one of them toituses.
Does it
Yeah.
look like it belongs in the desert?
Shit, no. Definitely not.
Well,
Nice.
this is a weird tortoise.
Toitus.
It's difficult to make where its head, if it has one, might be. To simplify it, it almost looks to be a circular blob with tendrils coming off of it. Some of them have been ripped, sundered. Its outer flesh has been cracked. It's seeping liquid just a little bit, but it's very difficult to place this thing. If you want to do like a history roll or some form of knowledge check to look into, like basically the in-game bestiary, you're more than welcome to.
I'm gonna ask Kiara if maybe she has read anything about these things in her books. Her many books.
Have I?
Have you?
Oh damn! Why is her icon loading so slow? What the hell?
Are you still loading?
It took like a good hot minute.
Interesting. Why?
It's weird.
Yeah, that's super weird. God, like, how long did it take you to load that? That's pretty quick, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was pretty quick.
Huh, odd.
Weird.
Anyway, Kiara, as you look over this creature, now that we've cleaned it mostly, it's very hard to place it. It almost resembles. Once again, you're not entirely sure. You don't want to jump to any conclusions. It resembles, sort of, in a strange way, various shapes you've seen from some of the books that you were going through, specifically at the Temple of Iraq. It also somewhat resembles, I'm not going to say a D&D cryptid, but effectively that. Creatures that exist but don't exist. Very, very rarely seen, almost to the degree where people do not believe they exist. Whatever it is, it's unnamed. It's something people have seen in passing. I want to say they didn't necessarily haven't named it yet. It's just like a thing that people think they have seen. And usually it's like, got proof? Nope. And then folks go, okay, you've had too much to drink.
So it's kind of like a folktale?
In a way, yes. You do, like I mentioned, you do recall seeing something very similar to this in one of your books, but as it was full of lots of information, this wasn't something you stopped on. You were mostly focused on building up the town and looking into the lore of the UNT and such, and this seemed disconnected. So you technically have the information on you, you just haven't looked at it
I was
yet.
about to say, did I remember this info from one of the books I brought back?
Correct, yes. It's not something you super read into, but it's definitely one of your books that you do still have. In fact, you gave the Noth's holding on to them. So.
Okay, I'm gonna say, I think I may have seen something like this in one of my books. Let me go get it back from Noth.
Bring Nath while you're at it. Actually,
do.
bring everyone.
Will do. All right.
So Haruko, please.
So I guess I'll go find Noth. Where exactly did I see them?
Let me say, define everyone, because I can just drag all the tokens here.
I mean, at least people that are defending the town could probably have a look at it.
Okay.
Suharto might know something
Realistically,
more.
Yeah,
Shadows
I was gonna get Suharto too.
Honestly, probably Tranquil Needle and Dancing Lance as well. Maybe
you
even Jolly
want everybody.
Buzzer.
Is this a town meeting situation in Tranquil Needle's abode, or are we doing it out here?
Well, it's definitely weird, so we might. You know what? Let's
Need a meeting.
let's first just discuss it with at least one person that knows the desert. So just Suharto, I guess.
Okay.
And the people. Yeah.
Okay, that's a lot of tokens dragged in one location. All right, sure.
Yeah.
I'll bring. We'll say Suharto, Noth, and anybody else.
Is there anyone with Nath currently?
Was it Satish and Hisamine who were good with the desert, or someone else?
I think it was Satish.
Satish, definitely, yes.
Then I want to bring Satish too.
Maybe Kozue as well.
Technically, they've all, most of them have grown up here in some way, shape, or form. Simone refused to say where she was from. The rest were just like, yeah, what's up? All right, let me drag everybody here. All right, Kiara heads off, and she comes back bearing 3 folk. They all kind of wave as they walk up to your party.
You know what? I'm currently dissecting it.
You're dissecting it? How so?
Actually, do I have anything to dissect? I think I have like a knife or something on me.
You should have plenty of tools on you. Yeah, I don't see why not.
I have a dagger. You can use
I
a
guess I'll
dagger.
try to, open it up, see what's inside or something.
Okay. While you're doing it, we'll say Kakashi's assisting you because he's he's Mr.
Good with
Daggers.
knives,
so.
yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So as you two guys are picking at it, Kiara, you bring back 3 folk, and Noth, Satish, and Suharto all wave at your group as they see you picking at the corpse of some strange blackened creature. As I mentioned before, it's just kind of wet and sticky in general. You don't know if it's like secreting something or what, but moving it away from the sand unfortunately has dirtied the bottom of it again. But the top is mostly clean.
Basically, I want to see if there's any identifiable organs in it at all.
Would anyone like to assist with a medical check on that?
Does anyone have
I mean,
proficiency in that?
I have half proficiency.
I don't think so. I would like to be looking through the book. I thought I saw
I
it.
do have a medicine kit on me. I'm not sure if that helps me at all. But
That's for
I don't
sealing
think
wounds and
so.
such, yeah.
Yeah.
not too bad.
That's for when your friends die. That never
I
happened.
don't know if half proficiency is good enough, but I have
Should be. Seeing as you're a bard, you're just good at everything, so
He just gives emotional support, basically.
you have
Yep.
that power. You're playing music as he's ripping into this thing.
Is that a plus or a advantage?
Just roll.
What you...
Just roll medicine, whatever your medicine is.
Wow, that's terrible.
It is pretty terrible. Kiara, would you like to assist with that? As you come back and see him cutting into it.
Actually, would Kakashi also get a roll or anything?
Everybody's having a look into this bad boy.
Does Kakashi have proficiency?
No.
Okay, are we just all rolling medicine?
Damn, Kakashi's also terrible.
Basically, we're rolling. There we go. We're rolling medicine history
Yeah.
effectively, like what we know about bodies.
Of course, the bard knows a lot about autonomy.
Ah, yes.
The shape-shifting bard, even.
Mm.
And as Eret begins to cut into it, a stench assaults your your nostrils almost instantly. Suharto saw that and he kind of gives you a look.
I didn't do it.
He doesn't believe you. A strange scent assaults you almost instantly. You're used to obviously smelling corpses and such, but this one it's more pungent for some odd reason. You get the feeling as if it were maybe still alive. This would be some form of defensive mechanism that this creature once had but no longer does. As you cut into it and look around, it's very difficult to recognize any of these organs. They all seem to be in the wrong spot. You're not really sure where's up and where's down on this thing. Maybe this is the head, maybe this is the ass. Like, does it have an ass? I mean, jokes aside, does this thing have an ass? I have no idea. It doesn't really have intestines necessarily. There's like a sac in there.
I tried to find the ass.
You try to find the ass, and there's no ass. Doro, being a pro at this, also tries to find the ass, and he's like, "Get out of the way!" You know, scrubs, and he starts like digging in as you do. Can't find the ass either. There is no ass in this thing. It is incredibly
There's
strange.
no ass.
Well, I mean, what are you gonna do? Honestly, this thing must have a
It's
horrible
an
life.
assless
Good thing it's
chap.
dead.
He's assless. This is a problem.
How dare.
How does he live with himself? They see you cutting into this corpse as they sort of turn the corner, waving at you all. And like I mentioned, while some of the organs do seem like you see like something that looks similar to a liver, but the thing wrong with it, there's like, I'm not gonna say needles. It has bits of it that are sticking up and are a bit abrasive in a weird way.
In the liver?
On the liver, yeah, like, but it doesn't seem to be a cancer or anything. It seems to be that's just what it looks like. What would potentially be a heart has far too many tubes. There's bits that look like they were sundered. Maybe Shadow's punched so hard shatters the wrong word. What is the word? Not punctured, not shattered. Internal organs rupture. There we go. Ruptured some of the internal organs by striking the beast so hard. So it's not a slurry in here, but some of the bits are messed up. Regardless, it is very difficult to recognize any of these internal organs. And for the most part, you guys have seen most humanoids are about the same. Most creatures are about the same. Some of us have more stomachs than others. Some of us have different lungs and such. But this creature doesn't seem to have any of those things. The second you see something that makes sense, you go, yes, the lungs would be here. There's no lungs. But it's incredibly strange to behold. And Suharto speaks up first, sort of waving to you all. What you have there, Mr. Urit?
I have absolutely no idea, to be honest. It
I
appears
would
to be a
say.
creature, but there's nothing in it or outside of it that looks like a creature.
I see
Probably
already
Not from this place.
digging in. Very strange. Quite strange.
Quite.
Well, I can say with... He's like squinting, staring at it, trying to figure out what even he's not sure what he's looking at. While I am most privy on creatures and denizens of the desert, I don't believe I recognize what this thing is. Satish Nath, do you have any idea what we're looking at here? And they walk around to you. Kiara, are you getting in there looking at the body, or are you kind of...
I'm looking at my book.
You're looking through your book? Okay. Nath is standing next to you, sort of looking over your boy. He's both looking at your book and also trying to see that this corpse, his attention is split. Satish sort of strokes her chin while she then leans forward with both her hands on her knees, staring at the creature. Wow, what the hell? Where did you guys find this thing?
I don't know. Shadows brought it in.
Oh, just the one?
Apparently there were more of them, but
Yeah, he said there were more, right?
He did, yes.
Oh, we only have the one.
is it something you recognize?
No, I've not seen anything like this before. She looks at all of you. I'm assuming Karadoping didn't answer any questions. He looks a bit messed up in there.
It only
added
added more
extra
questions.
ones.
It has no ass. What kind of creature has no ass?
She looks
Powerful. It has to be stopped.
She looks shocked at that, and Suarto kind of strokes his chin and looks around like, yes, indeed. This is an affront to God. And
How can
while
we
you guys are
kick
mentioning,
its ass if it has no ass?
this is, oh God, it can't die. It comes to life and eats all of you. No,
Oh no.
it just wants ass. One day, it'll keep killing until one day it has an ass.
Okay.
But then you guys can kill it.
Become
It's-
ass god.
Unfortunately, it seeks
Become
its
ass
own
god.
demise. The sad creature. And as you guys are mentioning that and sort of looking at this beast, Kiara and Noth are looking through their books as they stop, both of them actually in two separate books, on what looks to be very similar to this very creature. And he points to it while he has a somewhat adequate drawing in his book. Kiara, yours has a much more detailed drawing as he very excitedly is kind of looking between your book and his book. He's taller, so he's like basically scoping out the entirety of everything. He's trying to get as much information as humanly possible. He does not want to be left out. And he points at your book and goes, aha! And you see, Kiara, that you do indeed have information on this creature, or you think you do. And he's sort of smiling at you as if he's waiting for you to like tell everybody.
Okay, I will.
Unfortunately, you don't speak the language perfectly, so he's not remembering that. He's just kind of like, come on, tell him.
Well, I will attempt to read it then.
All right. As you as you attempt to read through this nonsense, you are picking up just not even every other word, like every 10th word, and we realize pretty quickly that your one's just going, Hobberter is
You
Lawn.
okay, Kiara? You having a seizure there?
No, I'm still learning.
Well,
Not throws
coming
back
along
his-
fine, but we're kind of on a time schedule right now.
Noth throws back his head and laughs at that, kind of afraid that you guys are still learning in your teaching sessions. Sorry about that.
Please help.
It slipped my mind.
That's all right.
Well, he sort of walks around with you to get closer to said creature that's now in between all of you. Pointing to the book and lowering it so that everyone can see quite easily. It seems the clan that you all recently took down had some information on this beast. This is somewhat concerning. Kiara, he kind of points it to you, and it's pictures, but what he's kind of showing off, and he kind of shows it to everybody in a way. It looks like there's various forms of whatever this thing is, and he's not like 100% sure if that's what it's trying to show, or if they just weren't good at, I guess, documenting it. And he sort of asks you all, what kind of clan did you say the Ark were again? I've heard their histories and such, but to witness them in person, this should be accurate, correct?
I don't understand the question.
Let me put it this way. They're not ones to fluff up their stories, yes? This should be more of an accurate historical tale.
As
I think
far
they
as
were more
I
in
can
the.
tell.
I think they were more on the documentation side of things. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Points to it. Precisely my question. Let's see. From what you recall, Drew kind of looked at it real quick and didn't really get a full view. It was, as it was kind of covered in sand, just looked like basically a ball of shit. He didn't really comment much. He was just kind of looking at it like, from what you gathered, he's discussing something with Jolly inside the tavern. Hasn't come out just yet.
We'll wait.
You heard them both kind of pick up conversation. They were talking about something, but once again, not entirely sure. He sort of points out the book, and both Satish and Suharto were like, go on, tell us. Just,
Well, this seems to be some sort of consumer, some sort of harbinger, or something greater. Seems to be its...
Harbinger?
Yes, a thing, sign of things to come, I believe is what this says.
Does it specify of what?
Well, that is fortunately why I asked the question. If they were grandstanding, if you will, then, well, They probably wanted to make their clan seem stronger than they actually were. If not, then this might be somewhat of an issue. He kind of rolls his neck and turns the page forward, turns it back, and kind of hums into himself, and maybe for a little too long. And Suarto's like, "Yes, and?" Teach's like, "Come on, just we get it. Book information new, but like, give us the information." Sorry. It's all quite a bit to take in. I believe this might be linked to the. I mentioned it to you, Kiara, but the great devourer that I mentioned prior, the rumor, the story, so linked to my people.
Oh, that sounds bad.
Precisely, yes. You might want to see exactly where your Shadow's friend found this body from.
Yes, that is a good idea. Ooh, I guess we'll have to do it. Is it morning right now?
Late
Should be
afternoon.
early evening.
We'll have to do it tomorrow morning then.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, we still have time, honestly.
you do. Yeah, technically.
Yeah, I mean, we can't go out, honestly, but yeah.
Well, June needs to rest.
Sure.
Unless we're worried that he won't remember the path he took.
Shadow, you mean?
Yeah, that one.
Actually, now that we're in a clear light, well, I guess there's a time for you to find the two of you to find out about something we kept secret. And I'll just get Doro to pull out the scroll.
Oh, okay. We'll drag it out, I guess.
Okay. Dora reveals the very, very ornate-looking scroll. May I ask where the one key part is? Who's holding on to that?
It's still
I think
in my
Kiara
bag.
had it, right? Let's see.
I thought it was in my bag. Or
Did she
did
give it to
Kiara
you?
have it? I don't know.
I don't know. Probably you then. It's fine.
All good. Just wondering.
Yeah.
All right, you reveal the scroll that Suharto has indeed seen before.
Now, the two of you keep this a secret.
Noth's eyes light up at that. And he's just really sure what to think, but she kind of smiles and leans into it. All right.
Alright. Are you there, Karth? This seems to have something to do with your great devourer.
Noth sort of nods.
Is that what I think it is?
What do you think it is?
Have you opened the scroll?
No, it's locked.
He smiles.
Has it opened itself?
A little bit, I think.
Something came out of it. Does that count?
he's sort of nodding, laughing himself.
Kiara, that's answer enough for me.
Just tapping the floor.
Your mic is exploding.
Oh no, not again.
As the DM frantically tries to find its token, I guess.
There we go. Sorry, your mic exploded. I didn't hear a word you said.
Oh, okay. I was tapping the scroll to tell him to get out of here.
Yeah, I was just gonna do that.
You do, and Karth slowly reveals himself as his spectral image sort of flows out the scroll, pretty much lands in front of you all, looking at the creature, looking around at everyone, and sort of bows. Just watching. And his eyes widen at that. Suarto has seen him before, so we kind of just, yeah, all right, a little much there. The ghostly fog sort of like spreads, and it's not real fog. It's all just ghostly bullshit, but one for an
Showboat.
entrance. Satish, though, has not seen this before and is very like, what the hell? Her eyes are widened to more of like, what is going on exactly? And not kind of half expected, kind of half, well, wasn't entirely sure, but now that he's seeing this creature before him, you do sense there is some recognition, not personally, but in legend.
I guess
And-
introductions are in order. Nath Satish, this is Karthrukal. Karthrukal, Nath Satish.
He bows again.
And yes, it is from that Thrukal clan.
Also, we kind of found him near the entrance. We didn't like go inside or anything.
Yet, at least.
Wonderful
Yes.
to meet you all.
She sort of just nods slowly. How does that work exactly?
Which part?
She's motioning to all of it. Him, that whole thing.
Just a soul tied to the scroll. He can pop out and talk to us whenever.
No,
Yes.
of course.
Apparently, you want to do that. And
Yeah,
well,
not seen it in person though.
oh,
Alright.
here you go. Actually,
Yeah.
I've got one of them myself as well.
She doesn't necessarily look
That's
scared.
Toro.
She's more just like, wow, that's
And Kakashi.
interesting. He's very much there. And she's looking at all of you like, what the hell did you guys bring here? And Noth sort of holds his whole arm out, not necessarily for a handshake, but like a full arm shake to Karth. It's nice to meet you. And Karth gives him a look of like, I can't touch you. And he kind of just smiles and laughs at him, and then pulls his arm back and stretches it and says, "Well, can you tell us anything about this thing?" Karth looks down at it and kind of thinks for a moment and, well, yes. What exactly do you want to know?
What is it?
It seems to be related to the Great Devourer of yours, at least. Supposedly, it's a Harbinger. Nice and ominous.
Yes, quite. They're all for their titles and such. Well, you are correct. This should not be here. I do believe that this part of the problem that I mentioned before, and I heard you, Nath, mentioning it as well, or at least assuming. Well, you won your prize, you're correct. You should definitely ask your little friend where he found this creature.
And
As soon as he rests.
he sort of nods at that.
Not the smartest thing to go out in the night, anyway.
Yeah. it's-
Definitely not, no.
Noth sort of leans over and gives it a poke, and it makes a very squishy like noise as he kind of digs a nail into it and pulls it back and sniffs it and retracts. Like, oh god, that smells like shit.
Ooh.
Which
Not
is
sure what I
great.
expected. Looks like shit, smells like shit. Doesn't have an ass though. Very strange.
Maybe that's why.
Oh, you think it's just like
does it-
made of shit?
Oh god. I step
Shit
back even
monster
further.
I can't believe you touched shit.
Satish
Gonna cover the world in
Satish
shit.
rolls her eyes and Swerter kind of takes like a small step backwards. May I ask why you brought us all out here? This is incredibly interesting, but well,
We were hoping you might have seen it or heard of it.
unfortunately no. But I will count myself all the wiser now. And Satish sort of nods at that. Yeah, I guess I know what to look out for now.
Definitely look out for this.
Yeah, we
anything like it.
definitely need to know more about it.
She notes that, and while she's out on her little ventures, in case she were to run into these things, she will tell you guys. She's she puts out a small notebook, and you see her attempting to kind of draw this thing. She's leaning over to you, Kiara. Maybe she get a little too close as she's like leaning over, looking at your book, and she's like trying to get on tippy toes and look at Noth's book. She kind of flicks his hand. She's like, "Hey, buddy," and he looks at her. And goes, "Oh, sorry." He turns the book to her and just kind of hands it to Satish as she starts effectively copying what it looks like in its various forms over to this book.
And really
yes,
likes
it-
tea.
It seems to be its first form, if you wish to call it that. I believe this creature evolves into something greater.
Oh dear God, is that what all these other pictures are?
Yes, I would believe so. Like I said, did not want to worry you, but well,
that's
that would be my guess.
Okay, so what do the other pictures look like? Are they bigger and uglier?
Yes, they are quite horrifying. It will eventually turn into that, but for now, well, as long as you can stem the flow, it shouldn't be too much of an issue, now should it?
And approximately how long does that take?
I don't know, depends how hungry it is. I am, we'll say, new to this century. Last I heard of it, this issue was taken care of. Should have been permanently. To my knowledge, these things have not been seen for quite some time.
As he sort of nods to look at all of you, and Noth gives him a nod, and so Satish is busy drawing, and she's just like absentmindedly nodding. And the other drawings of them do look quite a bit more horrifying. They slowly progress from this like gooey looking thing to that like squishy, shiny outside becomes the chitinous armor, whatever. Slowly becomes more formed. More plates
the tendrils, while some do remain, a lot of them become jagged claws. The blackness is more of like a purpley blackness with like some blue shine to it. The image, while not perfect, there's more descriptive text than actual visual representation of what this creature will soon become.
Can we infer that it's the larva stage?
Yes, very much
Okay.
so. From what you can see, there was probably a stage before this, but that was more so it just kind of cooking, and this is now the either moving around phase and or
It's the caterpillar phase.
effectively yes. Unfortunately, there's not really much information on like what their goal is, what they're trying to do. You do know that they seek power, they seek magic. They will go towards locations that have a strong density. That's all they know. Unfortunately, the books don't go into enough detail because this tribe, stuck to itself. They did their own thing. If these things got close, they just slaughtered them, no questions asked.
Hold up.
Yes.
Karth said these things have been taken care of before. How did they do it?
I assume by sealing the devourer.
Correct. You seal... Well, seal is not necessarily correct. We provided it with a, we'll say, source of food that was able to keep it down. That
The
makes
Something
devourer
akin
or
to
this
a
thing?
line.
These things here are mere droppings of the devourer. They are...
They
I don't
literally
want
are
to-
shit.
Yes, you want to imagine them that way? They fall off it. It is more vast than I can describe. I do not wish to cause too much fear, of course.
No, there's something to fear here, because if they're up above ground, that means that wherever this thing is currently located, there's an entrance above ground.
Yes, from what I gathered, while we were face to face with this creature, my lord was able to fend it off, except as I mentioned before, while he was able to beat it back, it returned, which was quite a problem. An annoyance, something we did not need to deal with. So as I mentioned, we found a way to, as I mentioned, seal it away is not accurate. We satisfied its need for power. We worked together, and with the guidance of my lord, we were able to keep it at bay, but I thought would be permanently.
Well, it can either mean one of two things. Either something disturbed its food source, or it has grown more hungry.
Yes, let us hope the latter is not true. While my lord lives, we would need to get in and discuss something with him, and while he is quite generous, I'm not sure he would be willing to assist this time. We'll have to see. It has been quite some time.
My ears will perk up. Ooh, you mean go inside your tomb?
He smiles at that.
Oh, yes. I do wish to enter as well, Miss Kiara, but now is not the time for that, unfortunately.
My ears will droop. Damn it.
Oh, by no choosing of mine own, of course.
Such a lot. Oh yeah, I guess you don't have the key anymore.
I quite literally cannot get in, correct, as I am the key.
He motions to the scroll that Adoro removed from his pack. Not attempting to hint at any of the key pieces or anything, but Nath sort of raises an eyebrow at this, sort of Suharto. They're both paying more attention to the conversation than Sabine is. She seems to have mostly finished up with her sketch, though, and hands the book back to you, Kiara. Thanks.
Sure. Thanks for all your help.
Oh, yeah, anytime. Just, don't expect me to take these things on a one-on-one. I have no idea the hell Shadow's thinking.
Yeah. Please don't. Not until we at least know what they are.
Yeah. I value
Be
my
sure
life a
to,
bit too much.
inform the others to be on the lookout as well.
Will do. I'll just share drawings with them and say, I don't know, there's some new bug thing. I don't know how to describe this. Have you seen anything weird? Anything weird and black and squishy, I guess? Tickly? Sure, yeah. All right. Any other information we need to spread around or ask anyone?
I don't.
Is there
think so.
anything else in the book about like weaknesses or anything?
So in terms of these creatures themselves, you can tell that they are indeed drawn to magic, whether it be magic users or a source of magic. I don't think I need to hide this information. The pool behind you is indeed a source of magic.
So they would 100% feed from that.
That's why we hired guards.
Correct. This thing, from what you saw, is not very threatening in general. You cut into it quite easily, It is definitely very squishy, as it is in one of its first larval phases. There was a phase prior to this. It was more less tendrily, more round, potentially a little harder. And once that effectively cracked, we will say, it effectively turned into this, and then will eventually turn into something greater. In terms of weaknesses, these things themselves just kind of die when you kill them. It wasn't necessarily that they are threatening alone. They're infinite. There's too many of them. They go down quite easily, but there are so many, it's their numbers we need to worry about, not them individually. Even in their greatest forms, individually, they are something to be reckoned. So, smashing works
Definitely.
perfectly fine.
Definitely something we need to take care of quickly.
Indeed.
Well,
Yeah.
Well, relatively quick, yes.
because they're connected to the Great Devourer, quick probably isn't going to happen.
Probably not.
And at that mention, Noth kind of just absentmindedly kicks it. And when he does, one of the tendrils quickly whips to life and wraps around his ankle. Or it just reacted and did that, and his eyes sort of widened, and he instantly pulls his hand up, fire igniting, and he just chucks a fireball into the gap. Not a fireball, sorry, a firebolt. Into the gap that you cut open, and you hear this just screeching that's just like really high-pitched. Everyone, like, Satish drops her book. Suharto takes a step back and covers his ears. Kartha's just watching as this really high-pitched, just like, just I can't hit it at all. It's just this really, it's like tapping and scratching on metal all at once, and he quickly like whips his foot up as the inside of this thing is like burning and crackling. He starts like just stomping it and stomping it and stomping it, and the tendril.
I will assist with the stomp, stomp, stomp.
Are you kicking it while he's stomping on it?
Yeah.
All right, we're basically playing like hacky sack with this thing. The tendril slowly unravels from Noth's ankle as he just puts his foot back down and kind of. All right. Well. Takes a step back. Yeah. The scene from JoJo Part 5 where everyone's just stomping on it.
Oh no.
Well, that was interesting.
He looks over to the
Any
pond and
idea?
looks back to this thing. Did you dip it in there?
Maybe.
Oh, since it eats magic.
Are you trying to tell me it came back to life because it had a bit of magic in it?
Please, God, no.
He kind of slowly nods, but he's not 100% sure as his
Well,
fingers sort of
there is
ignite
one way to test this,
with more fire.
and I'll look around.
And he looks to you, right? Yes.
There is a way to test this.
Go on.
No thanks.
Is everyone in agreement that we're going to do this, or? I'll look around basically to get confirmation.
What are we doing exactly?
Well, if it came back to life from a bit of magic, we have an entire pond of it.
But it's gonna eat the pond if that's the case.
It's also
It'll
kind of
come
flat
back.
right now. You think you can come back from that? That much damage?
I don't
mean,
know.
We have cut it open,
Yeah, true.
and Shadow gave it quite the beating as well.
Suharto did take a step back, but he's kind of like waving to get your guys' attention. Maybe rather than putting it in the liquids, maybe bring the liquids to it?
Oh, yeah, that'll work.
It's sort of making a mess in the sand there. I would be the first to say, the waters, strange enough, seem to almost be cleansing themselves, which is nice. They never seem to be dirty. They're always crystal clear. But at the same time, I wouldn't want to put something like that in there again. I'm aware you already put it in there once, but, just to be safe.
I mean, I was doing it on like the shore. I wasn't like dipping it
course.
in entirely.
Yeah.
Just a little.
I guess I'll just fill my water skin and pour it out over the guy.
Okay.
See what happens.
You pour water.
Specifically, see if any of the wounds like heal or anything.
You pour some of the water on it, and while you don't get the exact reaction you were hoping for, you do see one of the tendrils sort of like flop, but the wounds aren't necessarily sealing up. The whole thing almost like shudders, almost like it's vibrating from within. It's not moving. It's almost more similar to like neurons firing off after death. Other than that, it doesn't kick back to life.
But it is responding, which is
It-
still alarming.
Very much responded, yes. And if anything, most of the ripples and such were actually focused on where you poured the water specifically.
All right, well, it's definitely drawn to magic then.
Yes. It might be too damaged to come back from this without copious amounts of water.
I was about to say, the pool would probably do the job.
Probably. Let's not do that though.
Not
Yes.
Naf
not
spits
the
in the
best idea.
desert next to it and sort of flicks the little firebolt he was preparing into it. It's very small, but it kind of just like sizzles.
How are those defenses coming that we started building?
As Tish is
Well,
wiping all the dirt off the book and such, she turns to you and says, "Oh, they're actually coming along quite well from what I've seen. They're almost entirely complete." And Suharto sort of moves around her. "Oh, yes. We begun with, of course, the most important buildings, but for the most part, we are almost entirely finished. Of course, there's more we can add later. The trebuchets and such, things of that nature, will take a bit more resources to create, but all of the fortifications of the housing, those are, for all intents and purposes, complete." Steve smiles very widely at that.
Okay, that's a start.
Yes, if we're bombarded by any strange creatures in the night, or, well, any time truly, we should, hopefully, not need to worry too much about them actually demolishing the building. It should be that much stronger.
All right, good.
Of course, larger weapons we can slowly work on, but well, those are one step at a time, of course.
Well, yeah, well, of course, one step at a time.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm not exactly used to using things of that nature. And Steve sort of shrugs and says, yeah, nor am I, but, well, they look fun. I'm willing to learn.
They do look fun.
She's sort of like, yeah, like Elvis Kiara. She's like nods.
Wag my tails at her.
Well,
Okay, so did it burn when Noth burned it?
The first burning definitely burned it. When he flicked the little fire at it at the end, it made a very like a sizzle. It didn't react. It's not moving. Looking at it now, it is a very
I'm asking because I want to dispose of it. Like,
oh yeah,
yes.
yeah.
like,
It's
like
Make
destroy
sure-
it.
you could continue to
I
incinerate.
wanted to make sure it was dust, basically.
Yeah, that's what I want. I want it to be
Just keep
dust.
burning it.
I don't want to bury it.
Nuff sees that
I mean-
look in your eyes if you ask that, and he kind of he's just slowly nodding. Are we going to completely nuke this thing or what?
Definitely.
Just in case.
Oh no! Don't fireball it, please.
Oh.
Do
What
not.
fireball
I'm
is
gonna-
perfect.
Do not.
I'm gonna dig a small hole, put it in, so that they can contain the fire, basically.
Okay. We go somewhere kind of off to the side in town where we can burn this without anyone really seeing.
Somewhere
And-
far away from the water, by the way. And not
Perfect,
in
perfect.
the path of the ley line.
Very smart. All right, so you guys go completely away from the ley line, completely away from the water, and you guys do begin digging a hole to sort of plop this thing into. Noth sort of looks over to Doro. You think Yosemite will want in on the burning action here, or should we not tell her?
Definitely.
I mean, she probably would love to burn it, but I don't think she needs to.
Definitely don't tell her, or definitely tell her.
Do not. It's
Okay.
fine.
Since we're not inviting her, don't tell her.
He sort of shrugs.
Something tells me she would try to examine the beast.
Potentially, yeah. Well, he sort of cocks his fist and prepares both ice and fire, one in each hand. Says, "I guess whenever you're all ready."
Don't stop until you see glass.
He nods and looks to Kiara and Doro.
A purple scorching ray.
All right. He preps whatever the hell he's prepping, but he has spells aplenty. What are you doing, Doro?
I can't destroy that thing. I'm
Yep.
the support.
You have no offensive magics to hurt this thing at all?
I don't think vicious mockery works.
You can yell at it.
Throw
Nah,
your
No,
spicy
monster.
mixtape at it.
I'm the support. This is why I need Mr. Bow.
You can mock its lack of an ass.
You're right, but I don't think it'll do anything.
Technically,
you
we
know,
could have Kakashi put a bomb on it.
for all you know, he's very sensitive about his lack of ass.
I don't know, it's very dead, so I don't think it can respond to its lack of ass.
Maybe
Fine, so
subconsciously. Maybe subconsciously.
It
it's
is
that
Who
technically
sensitive.
cares? We
object
just
now.
want it dead. I don't
Just
care about its
burn it.
feeling.
Just burn it.
All right. Noth looks to you to begin the burning. Kiara.
Don't breathe in the smoke.
Oh, that's
I
a
walk
good
away.
idea. All right. Where's the spell?
You can just say you cast it. You don't have to click it. It's fine. You literally can't miss. It's in front of you. I was about to say, you only wasted one good roll.
I mean, what's the AC of something that's dead and not moving and right below you?
An extra 8 from my arcane firearm, right? Or is
Cor-
it 6?
It should be 1d8.
1d8.
If you click on the firearm, if you click on the firearm, it should automatically roll it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Let's see, where is it?
Under features should be.
Haha!
You beat me. Nice. Alrighty, Kiara unleashes her 3 beams of fire, and immediately after, Noth starts shooting both ice and fire into the hole, causing somewhat of an explosive eruption, but nothing too insanely loud or crazy. You guys did do this off to the side, and this thing absolutely is just turned to ash. The sand, everything around it is just complete. Is this like odd crystallized like goo. It just sort of spread out and just splatted. And as the smoke is clearing, it's a bit acrid. You guys do have to take a step back a bit. Obviously, you don't want to breathe this in, and you don't. But what are you checking for?
Considering it eats magic, I want to make sure I don't sense a disappearance. Like I
Like it
want
ate
magic.
your
I want any magic in the area to feel normal.
Okay, so you're checking to see if shooting it didn't like somehow feed it.
I mean, it's ash, so I don't think it did.
Or any part of it still survived, yeah.
The pile of ash feels magical.
Alright.
Hey, it also could feel lack of magical because it's eating and trying to regenerate.
Actually, if it's magical ash, then the Kakashi would probably end up snorting it.
You
know.
probably.
Alrighty, from what you can tell, Kiara, there is no magic remaining from this being. You no longer sense it. I won't say it was letting off this like crazy aura, but when you focused on it and you got a little bit closer while you guys were examining it, you could feel something in there, something thrumming. While it was dead, there was still something faint. You do get close after you guys could sort of blow away all the dust and the debris and such, and it is ash. There's nothing left of this thing at all. From what you can gather, there's no way it can come back. And as I mentioned before, from what the book said, it didn't warn you of any crazy regeneration abilities, but it did say it eats magic.
I mean, it doesn't also. The book didn't know much about it either, so.
Correct. But from what you can tell, the tribes that once fought it were pretty well versed in magic. So if magic were to regenerate it, they would have noted that down. So fortunately,
Alright, well, I am pleased.
perfect. Yeah. Fortunately, it hasn't evolved since then. It seems to be gone. Noth sort of wipes his hands off and flashes a smile to the whole group.
I will fist bump Noth with my own smile.
He gets you back and like, ha, 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 that's fun.
Yes, it was.
Alrighty, well, what's next on today's docket?
What were we doing when Shadows brought this thing back?
Well, we were planning on going to the Scorpion, I guess, but that's delayed.
We can do that tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask Noth about the Scorpion if he wanted to join us, didn't I? Or were we
Probably.
asking someone else?
I mean, we should probably take like 2 of them at least.
Yeah, I'm
Wait,
thinking two.
I think Droon was also coming, right?
There's you guys did invite
Oh
Droon.
yeah, Droon.
There's a few
I
you
mean,
guys.
that might be a bit overkill. I mean, we have Droon, then we have Kiara's demon is back now.
Yes, you have your demon back now. You haven't talked to it.
My
Give it back.
baby. Maybe.
I
Wow.
hope it dies.
No.
That
Actually,
far.
that's going to be a lot of fun when you summon a thing with Nath and True Divine. Let's see how they'll react. It's probably a good thing we aren't bringing Shadow.
Probably.
Now, his Mini would probably love it.
Also, in general, from the plans that you guys received, I did mention it is very difficult to turn the Vilnum's Tongue into a potion that can counteract this beast, even if you guys are able to make multiple samples. In that time of making all the samples, you guys can only get so many. So you guys do have 3 total potions, but they did mention that there were multiple failures. So it is definitely difficult to do this, and also expensive.
Well, as long as my Vellum tongue is still growing.
Yes, there's currently 1 he's working on, and there's more Vilnum Tongue that is growing. It's not as fast as we'd like, but it's fast enough that they can test it a bit. But going forward, after they probably finish the 4th potion, anything past that
Well,
would
I think
be
we only
relatively
needed.
expensive.
I think we only needed 3 doses, right? Because you could do 2 anti charms, right, Doro?
What? I have counter charm. It's just I can use it whenever. I think it's an action.
What does
Yes.
Counter Charm do exactly? There we go.
It's not the greatest thing, but it will be kind of useful.
Doesn't cost anything?
No, I just use it as an action.
Nice.
I can also give you my thingy now. That
Mhm.
to one person before we roll. And after we roll.
Yeah, it just kind of takes my turn to do that.
Is there a during that time? That's a weird way to phrase that.
Yeah, it's until the end of my next turn it lasts.
Okay. Very cool. All right. Well, whatever you guys want to do, it's up to you.
Are we going right now, or are we waiting for the next day? What are we doing?
I mean, we aren't going right now, I think, because it's dark
No?
and scary outside.
It is indeed
Alright,
getting
well,
darker.
Yeah, and I
we
definitely
do,
don't.
we do
wanna
still
kill the
technically need
scorpion.
to update Tranquil Needle, but
I go sleepy.
It's
can
not that
just-
late. You can go sleep, but it's not super late.
I'm doing other stuff while I sleepy.
we do have a long day ahead tomorrow, apparently. So
I gotta have round 2 with my bow because I'm an idiot.
Well, so far he did agree to assist, but yes, you also do
Yeah,
have that.
but, you know,
And I'm
Like-
still.
it's pity assistance.
This is true.
That is very true. I'm also still waiting on good news from my little Roombas.
I'm already gone. I didn't hear that.
I will chase after you.
I'm in bed. Leave me alone.
Hey, please! I want to make some.
I'm in bed. Go away.
Fine, but when you come out, I need to know how.
I'm in bed. Let me sleep.
I will stomp away.
Alrighty, and with that, we can just kind of quickly say who we're updating with the information. So you guys said the mayor. Are we telling dancing?
I guess it's just Tranquil Needle for now.
Okay. Did you guys want Suarto to tell Lance about it?
I mean, if he wants to, I guess.
Okay. Since you guys didn't tell him not to, him being him, he's 100% gonna tell her. Do we wish to role play?
She probably should know. Any of
Yes.
the guards in town, like the guard leaders, whatever, should know.
And she's quite competent, so she can 100% with that. Did you want to roleplay the thing with Tranquilina, or are you just letting him know, like, hey, there's some weird shit, we're taking care of it, though? Up to you.
It should be fine.
As in, no?
No.
Okay, cool.
I mean,
Uh,
yeah.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Like I said, technically we can roleplay everything to the point where we're just having full-on conversations with every single character, and that could take hours, but it's what you guys want to do. It's your game. So you guys do 100% tell Tranquil, and he responds the way you think he should, like kind of like a holy shit. You guys do prove that yes, we did we did have the corpse here. Someone corroborates the story. He kind of goes, okay. Once again, be careful. If you see anything at all, please let us know. And he asks you specifically, Urrit, because he did see you kind of tinkering with those runes. If you're in any way at all able to sort of find a way to like make an alarm system, that could help.
Yeah.
That could help the town.
I think technically yes, actually. I
Yeah,
think there is specifically a rune that can do that, but
Yeah, and knowing what you know from what you've gathered in your book, you don't have it like perfected just yet, but you could feasibly set up sort of like a motion-ish detector type thing. If something were to get close to a rune or activate it within a certain field, maybe a creature that's trying to like pull magic or something. It'd take a little bit of tinkering, but you do know with the current knowledge you have, you could make a device that could basically send like a core rune. So we'll say like rune A, and it will send information to rune 1, 2, and 3, and all it will do is just turn the light on. That's it. So let's say you put that next to Kozue's bed. If something were to trigger this, that's not supposed to be there, the light would turn on, no alarm necessarily, but it would tell her, hey, something's here, and then that can help the guard.
right. Let me actually try to find it.
Want to borrow
But go on with the RP.
bracers of archery? Are they on his character? Is that +2 to damage?
If he's wearing
just
them
wanted
with a
the
bow,
bonus
yes.
He definitely won't mind. He said you could have him back whenever.
Oh, I'm just gonna take him for the fight in my head.
I mean, if it's a fight in your head, technically you can just like imagine you have them, right?
Yeah, I was also thinking that.
you
Like,
can.
That works.
I mean, yes, because from what you've seen, you can impose your will inside your mind space.
Is this technically true?
If
So,
that's how it
like,
works, then I could just
try-
be like, "Hey, I won." He's
Yeah,
dead.
just try to do
Well-
like a wisdom roll to beat it with every roll or something.
Technically, he could do the same thing because you guys inhabit the same space, but
True,
Yeah,
but he
I
is
wouldn't go that
he is
far.
like the overmind, or overmind, not the overmind. That sounds weird.
hopefully not. It's
Doro
Doro's
is the
brain.
overmind.
Little Doros scampering about
Oh, no.
already. So in your sleep, Doro, you reach out to Karad again.
Yeah.
He once again appears. Clouds around him. You see the night sky at his back. His arms are sort of folded and he's looking at you. Yes.
Hey, so you know how our last fight didn't go too well
He nods at that.
for me. You see, I'm not the smartest man. I kind of forgot I have some abilities. I could have done a bit better, and I kind of want to do a round 2. See if I can do any better.
He tilts his head a bit to the
Assuming
side.
you're up for another fight.
Sir Doro, I am always up for another fight. You do not need to be so down on yourself, though. You are stronger than you know. Otherwise, they would not be working with you.
Yeah, but I feel like you kind of helped me out of pity at this point. I did agree to, look for some stuff for you, but I was gonna do that anyways.
I will accept your challenge. Do not think my assistance out of pity. Think of it as a challenge. But regardless, we may engage once again in combat. He sort of draws his bow as he runs his hand over the air, and it sort of shimmers to life in front of him, and he nabs it with his left hand, lightning sparking through it. If you are ready.
I'm ready. I will also do the same and grab the bow.
All right. You should technically have a spell on you, I believe, right?
Yeah, I have it.
All right, cool. So if it's +2 to just damage, we'll just say you had +2 to damage. Whenever you
Yeah.
strike with it. Alrighty. As this will be very simple. I won't mess with too
Shit.
much. Roll some quick inities. And as we do, we are once again floating in your mind space, except this time it is indeed night. The clouds aren't quite as thick, but the wind is somewhat heavy, and they're whipping and whirling about. And as with last time, he shall take aim at you.
Now Now I die. Okay,
Well,
I
Oh
die.
my
shit.
god.
Sometimes
Husband, please.
I can't help. Hey.
I die.
Y'all want the crit roll. That's how it works sometimes. He fires
That's
two.
just unfortunate.
It's
That's just very unfortunate.
That's just unfortunate. As he pulls back, 2 arrows release, but one is just full of the heaven's fury. As unfortunately it crashes into you, Doro. Lightning just arcing over your body.
I guess he was a little angry that Doro's so down on himself, huh?
Maybe next time you should ask her allies.
I will mirror image.
Okay,
I'll just use the 3 bardic inspirations
good thing.
to see how many I have. And then be sad.
No bonus anything.
I don't think I can I?
I thought you. Am I getting characters
mean,
mixed up? I have bonus stuff, don't you?
I do, but I can only cast a 1-leveled spell if I use one as a bonus action.
Gotcha.
I don't have a bonus cantrip.
And a cantrip, yeah.
My bad.
It's a stupid rule.
Alrighty, seeing you blur
And I
in
know why
place.
this was a stupid rule.
There's 4
Yeah.
of me.
There is now 4 doors. He sort of tilts his head to the side, and he's recharging his weapon. He will. All right. So do I roll first to attack? Right.
Yeah, I just rolled to see if it hits me. Let me blink the thing. Oh. Did you roll to attack?
I just
You
rolled.
rolled a d20.
Yeah. Wait. Do I have to roll, I roll to attack first, or do I
So
roll?
you,
Yeah,
so
you
you,
just have to
you
roll
roll
to
to attack me, and I roll
Okay.
a d20 to see if you hit a thing.
You roll. My bad. Okay. I was thinking of another
Yeah.
spell. All right.
He has to actually hit, you know.
Okay. And he hits a clone.
Okay. So there's 1 clone down, and you see he draws 2 more arrows and is charging up for his next turn. As he sort of flaps about, and he doesn't necessarily hide in the clouds, but he's getting closer and closer.
So I think with haste, I can cast 2 spells in 1 turn as long as one of them's not a bonus action.
I think so. I think that's what it said. Yeah.
So I will haste myself.
I'm not sure haste actually gets rid of the rule that you can cast 2 spells.
Well, because the rule is with bonus action spells. I think I
that
can
you
use 2
only-
action spells.
'Cause I think we looked it up last Wednesday, right? Because we had this exact same
Yeah,
question. Yeah.
Yeah,
You,
because
you can also cast a bonus action spell and a cantrip action spell, but you can't cast 2 spells. Is the rule, I think.
Yeah. But I think haste
Then
bypasses it.
Unless you
then
twin
the
spell
action
it, or
then the action surge rule wouldn't work.
the action search rule works because it allows you to get an entire new action.
Oh shit! Yeah. Was it action surge that bypassed
well,
it, or was it haste?
I thought it was both. I don't know. It's up to you right now because I don't think we want to
We'll say
look
it's
it
both.
up.
We'll say it's both. Yeah.
With the
I don't
way
feel like looking it
I
up.
mean, haste does specifically say that you can only use the action for attack.
Yeah.
Not spells.
Well, attacking his spells, isn't it? Oh
Technically.
It
well,
gets
shit.
differentiated, I'm pretty sure.
Depends.
You can
It says
only attack
actually, yeah. It says 1 weapon attack only. Wait, really?
well, weapon attack, or I think you can.
Oh
also
yeah.
do
It literally says
special
1 weapon attack. So yeah, you can't use a spell.
Okay, well, pew pew. Plus 2 more damage on top of that, so 10.
All right. Say the spell literally says 1 weapon attack only. Okay, never mind. Question answered.
Otherwise, it would be great on warrior. Get 4
I thought I
attacks,
saw
8
something that
attacks.
said otherwise, but I'll look it up later.
I mean, the only exception to the rule is wizard sorcerer with twin spells.
All right. Hey, the first one misses, and the second one. All right, roll your
It's
dude.
me. I die.
It's you.
Yep.
Do you have any
I
way
rolled
to
two
respond to this?
Stop dying.
Wait, what did he roll? I can cutting words. I will cutting words as a reaction.
Okay.
And oh god, it's a D8. So -4, so he misses.
Okay, so he misses. All right, excellent. So the first arrow just barely soars over your shoulders. You kind of dive to the side. You're a bit faster now. Oh, and your AC's higher. Shit. Yeah. Well, what's your AC right now?
16.
Okay. Is that correct? With your armor?
Yeah, with haste.
Okay. Cool.
Because haste gives me 2.
Cool. Awesome. All right. So you dive off to the side, and you're able to distract him with your words as the second arrow also just barely misses, and he kind of sparks at that.
I am in lots of pain. So I will heal myself.
All right.
3rd level and hope it doesn't roll garbage. It's okay. Not great for a 3rd level, I guess, but you know, I won't
It's
die
max,
in one hit, hopefully.
minimum, and then middle.
Yeah, at least
Perfect.
It's a bonus action, so.
It's okay.
Ah, that was a
And then
bonus
I
action,
shall
yes.
You plus 2 more damage, so 7.
Plus 2. You get 2 pews, right?
Yeah,
I
so
used
you're
a
hasted.
spell as a bonus action.
Doesn't
he-
matter, you're hasted, you
does
can
it not
attack
matter?
twice.
Yeah, haste, yeah. So
Oh,
haste, you have
You can
action,
attack
action.
Twice, you just can't
Yeah.
cast 2 spells.
Oh, there's 10 more damage.
Excellent. Alrighty, both of your arrows strike him as he begins to sort of fly into an area that looks a little more heavily covered. Meaning this next round, he will most likely have half cover behind these clouds as he continues to fly in. He'll shoot one more as he is charging up.
That
Holy
actually
shit.
hits me. Feels bad. No, cutting words it. Whatever.
Okay. Does that cost you
More
anything?
stuff. It takes bardic inspiration uses.
Ah, okay. Let's say if that's
So
infinite, then
he,
just
he misses.
fire away. All right, he does miss again, but you do see lightning arcing off and pulling from the clouds and starting to sort of swirl around him as he dips partially into the clouds. He'll have half cover for this turn.
I have 2 uses of inspiration left.
Okay.
Half cover is what, plus 2 AC, I think?
Plus 2, yeah. So he's at slightly higher.
I'm gonna heal myself again so I don't just die to a crit.
Seems good. Boop. Juicy. Ooh, max, min. Very nice.
I'll take it. I need that.
Yeah.
I will... Oh, wait, no, I can't do that. Never mind. I will just pew-pew. And I will miss.
Theoretically,
And
you do.
probably miss.
That one actually is indeed a miss. Yeah, just barely. Just
Oh.
barely a miss.
Feels bad.
If only you could inspire yourself.
I have 2 stacks of it, come on.
I can only inspire others, Big Sad. Okay, let me double check the phrasing on this.
Wait, what? Let's wait.
Ah.
I can't see things again. When you miss, I can't see the attack roll. I think
Weird.
I should have enabled that.
There's only people around you. There is no one around you, so Onga Bonga.
Ah,
Alrighty, you need to.
he misses. He hits a clone.
He's a clone?
Yeah, he hits a clone. Just barely hits a clone.
Is the clone next to you then? How close is this
Yes.
clone?
So,
So,
yeah,
like, or is that...
this is an
that
AoE
initial
spell.
damage, or... okay.
Yeah, so, yeah. Does it also hit you, or no, because your clone eats it?
So if it's a
how-
normal attack, then my clone would eat it. But if it's an AoE spell, then it would just hit me, I think.
Yeah, how
It's-
close
it's both.
to your clones are you?
Well, I think the clones are only effective during like attack rolls.
So
So,
the
like,
initial strike of this
I
is
think
an attack roll, and then every
Okay.
creature within you, so every creature within
Okay,
15
so
feet, which would include you, so go ahead and make me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Nice.
Excellent.
Why do I have advantage?
I don't know, but actually, what do you have
I
advantage?
did not. I did
Oh,
not
haste?
roll with advantage.
Haste?
Oh yeah, because haste. It auto does
Haste. Yeah.
that.
Okay.
Hey, I needed that too. I rolled terribly on the first one.
Indeed. All right. So you succeeded. So you'll take half that. So only 7 damage.
Oh,
Hey, there we go. Perfect. All right.
Just barely.
All right. So all the lightning that was building up in his bow is released, and the clouds around him just burst away from him as a huge bolt of lightning arcs forth from Karad, striking your clone just in time as it explodes. More lightning arcs out from its slowly dissipating form, and you're able to sort of spin out of the way and fly off to the left a bit. Some of the lightning does sort of rip up against you, but you're able to avoid most of the damage.
Nice. Well, you know what? No, I can't do that because it's a concentration spell. More healing. I don't want to die. That's
Not-
max. Thank God.
Not dying is good.
Not dying is the best. Up you. Okay, up you. 6 damage.
2 more. All right, more bow battle. Do you have any magic items I've given you? Oop, ignore that. Wait, did I give you anything to like shoot shit or no? I don't think
What,
so.
like pew pew spells? No.
Yeah. Do you have nothing in your ring with spell storing?
I put haste and command in there.
Damn. Okay.
Did you
Oops.
made a deal with?
Just double checking.
Can you use his own spells against him?
I don't know, can I? I don't think so, because he would be giving me that power, so probably not in the fight with him.
You don't have it just yet. You don't have it just yet, but soon-ish you'll be able to use more of his abilities. Basically, he'll ask you what you want of him, and then you'll gain that. All right, so seeing as he just used his big boy move, he will now fire this one off.
Oh wait, I have to roll for my clone. What do I have to roll for this? Oh god, it's 11 or higher, I think? It's so far up. Yeah, it's 11 or higher.
Okay.
So it hits a clone.
Okay. Oh, so last
my
clone goes
health
down.
back. Goodbye, clone.
All right, the last clone is indeed sundered as you see Karad slowly attempting to recharge one of his skills. This is recharge 5/6. Well, okay.
Oh, no. I don't deserve this.
All right, more lightning starts swirling around Karad.
Give me more clones. Just do that so it puts it in chat again. And
Okay.
then I get 1 a pew. Feels bad.
And that's a +6. Holy shit. How low are you rolling? 4. Okay, that makes sense.
Very low. This
Very
is my
low,
life
yes.
now.
That is depressing. All right, battle of attrition it is. All right, as the lightning swirls around him, he will fire again. Yeah, I believe that.
Fitting words.
Okay.
So I don't even have to waste a clone.
All right, excellent. Go ahead and roll me a dexterity saving throw. Looking for 14.
36. Nice.
Woo, beautiful. All right, you'll be taking half that. Oh god, that rolled really well. All right.
Nice. I
Juicy,
could
my
have used
friend.
that on a bow hit, but I'll take it.
It's all good. It's all good. Keeping haste is probably pretty important. All right, the lightning arcs around again. You're able to distract him with your words, and he kind of smirks at that as the arrow explodes just to your left and breaks against you a bit, but not enough to do substantial damage. It's your turn again, Doro.
I would like to not die. That's a 1. Big sad. Up you.
Oop, there we go.
Damage. And
2 more.
up you.
Hey!
15 damage.
Alrighty, minus 2 more. All right, he is definitely hurting. The first strike hits him in the shoulder, and his wings sort of flap for a moment as he kind of almost loses it. But the second one strikes him right in the chest, and you see him actually drop his bow as he sort of falls back a bit, and he twirls and then dives down to grab it. And he kind of gives you a look of like, oh shit, all right.
If only I remembered this spell the first time.
All right, aiming up at you, he will fire his bow.
Where is it? Cutting words again. No, it doesn't matter. It still hits me. Does it hit a clone, though? It hits a clone.
All right, clone down.
Goodbye, clone. And
All right, and then
goodbye, my last
again.
bardic inspiration. Ow. Oh god, why'd I get rid of all of them? I did
Depends
not
how
want to get rid of all my
It depends how you clicked it.
I'm hope he hits a clone.
2
Okay,
stacks
he
of
hits
clone.
another clone.
All right,
So
one
now
more
I have
clone down.
stack of clone.
And he seems somewhat frustrated now that he is just absolutely ripping through your clones, but he's not able to hit you. He swoops off to the right again, attempting to take cover into some more clouds. Going to pull more energy from them.
Can I like chase after him or no?
Yeah.
Or okay, I will chase after him.
Okay.
Can I fly?
Yeah. So you're not realizing you can indeed move. you've been floating this entire time. You're not necessarily flying,
Oh.
but you realize as you kind of like push your will forward, you can fly.
I will
Means you
float
can go
after
into
him.
the cloud.
Okay. You aggressively float after Karad.
Yes, floating. Also healing. Give me
Yeah, now
that.
you also get half cover of this.
Up you. Hey,
Oh!
15 more damage.
Okay. Guess what?
I might actually win.
You did.
Hey, I won!
Alrighty.
Hell yeah.
Just as he's about to dip into the clouds and protect himself, he turns and you actually strike him right through the chest. And you're a bit shocked at this as the arrow, while it actually sticks him in the chest, but it keeps going all the way through him, and you see a hole just open in his chest, and he looks down like, holy shit. As he looks to you, sort of gives you a bird smile, but then his spectral form begins to dissipate. And as he does, the clouds and the night and everything begin to swirl around you as he appears in his normal form, bow in hand, directly to your right. And he sort of nods and says, "See, I told you not to be so down."
Oh, that was much better than I thought I would do.
Yes, you are quite competent, Doro. In fact, and you can actually feel, God, I have to be so careful how I phrase this. You feel,
What do I feel?
I almost said you can feel, since he's inside you, you can feel, but no, anyway, since you are one, compassion is the wrong word, but you do feel more respect than before. He wasn't necessarily lying that he was offering you pity, but it was more, he's along for the ride, let's see what you can offer me. But now, though, you do feel a form of respect.
Nice.
As he looks at you, holds out his weapon, and says, well, as with before, I believe you said your family has no name. What should I call myself, then, Sidora?
I don't know. I feel like Karad works just fine.
He's effectively asking if you want to replace his last name or something.
Yeah,
So
I know.
his name is Karad, but are you changing his title, or are you...
Just Karad is fine. He doesn't need a title. Basically, like what Kakashi did, just no last name.
Okay.
Karad's fine.
He nods at that. And I literally have my finger over them. Going forward, he now will just be Karad.
Be a free bird. as
He's
they
a
all
free
should
bird.
be.
All birds should be free.
You throw Karad in the air. He flies away.
No, come back. I need you still. I'm assuming I get all my stuff back because that was in my head.
Correct. Any
It doesn't really matter, but
anything you would have lost is back. So whenever we do these fights, the mental fortitude throwdowns, you never need to worry about losing spell slots since it's all happening in the brain hole. Yeah, long rest, get all your shit back, all your hit dial, your everything. Not that you use any, but you know what I mean. Your bard shit.
Just make sure everything's all back.
All right, and this while it was a fairly arduous battle, you feel somewhat more at peace. Less so that he is, I won't use the word invader, but more so he was just kind of taking place in your mind. He feels more at home now. And relatively soon, you can request power of him.
Nice.
And I will ask, Kiara, were you intending to do anything while he's having a sleep fight?
I guess I'll just be tinkering in my room.
Just tinkering? Okay.
Yeah.
Practicing hit letters.
Letters. I'm still waiting for the paint to arrive, right?
Correct. The paint should arrive in the morning. And Mr. Urt, were you doing anything either, or kind of just chilling? If you're talking, your mic is seppukuing.
Not again.
I heard some noises that might have sounded like words.
Essentially.
Maybe.
Oh
God.
So, I have this on... Yeah, I have this on East Coast, not West Coast. It should be closer to him. I don't know if that affects it. And you guys sound fine. I should switch to Singapore. That's my problem.
Yes, of course.
Maybe try reconnecting? I don't know why it's just him. It's so annoying.
The inconsistency is odd.
Yeah, I know, right?
What's the
Nope.
bitrate in the channel?
That's a great question. The bit rate is 64?
Okay. Okay, I was gonna say if it's above that, you might want to lower it because that can cause some problems sometimes. But if it's at 64, I don't know.
Yeah, should be.
I
Okay.
wouldn't lower it more than that though.
That's fair.
If you lower it much more, it just turns into Skype.
Oh, we don't want that.
Poor Skype.
No. Skype should know
The audio
better.
is terrible.
I've never had issues with Skype.
I'm in a few Discords that have a Skype channel in all of them. If you just want to listen to garbage audio for some reason.
Interesting. I didn't have too many crazy issues with Skype. I mostly grew up on what you call it, Ventrilo.
I used Raid Call for a while.
Good old Vent. I'm not sure I use Red Call.
Is it any better now? Or?
A little bit. Like
Tiny bit.
I heard what you said, but it sounds like you're underwater.
Oh no, it's drowning. Dwarves don't know how to swim.
Oh, no.
No, it actually sounds like you're drowning when you do that.
Basically that, but not intentionally. I honestly have no idea. All right. I guess the question was, did anyone? Oh no, he died. did anyone wish to do anything before the next day rolls around?
Am I able to copy the design of the lizard, or do I actually need assistance?
What?
The,
Oh, sorry. The mechanical lizard.
Roomba.
Define design, like how it physically looks, or its innards, because those are two very different things.
It's innards. I want a portable vacuum.
You're gonna chop it up then?
No, I'm not gonna chop it up.
How are you gonna see its innards then?
I mean, he must have like a plate that lets me look inside
Works.
without breaking him.
It definitely breaks.
So,
I wish to investigate very carefully. I will not pry anything open.
upon your investigation, you quickly discern that he's not a car and doesn't have a hood that you
God
can just
damn
pop
it.
up.
You sure?
But let me Jack, hold up. Yeah, no lizard hood. Sorry. He is quite small, but you do know there should be a way. It's fueled by magic, so it can't die. And you're very careful, Kiara. So you know there's a way to get in here, but you get the feeling that it'd be a little bit easier if you had someone help you.
I mean, obviously.
So if you want, you could I wouldn't say chop it up, sorry. You could attempt to open it, but you know in your head that getting help would make it much easier. There would be a risk if you do it yourself.
All right, I'll wait till the next morning to bother a certain someone, and then I will tinker something
Oh,
else.
God.
Okay, do you want to hit the books?
No, I'm gonna tinker. That's not books.
Okay.
That's reading.
All right. So Kiara's a nerd and reads instead. All right. Alright, go ahead and roll your downtime action for the runes uno mas. I know you're quite close on that. You see. Wow, actually, is that finished or
No,
very
it's
close?
150, 175.
All right, excellent.
One really good roll away, basically.
All right. Hold up. Oh, you can have it roll tools. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. Which one for him? It should be brewer supplies. Brewer supplies and alcohol?
Technically, yes.
And poison. Yeah, poison shit. Yeah, say brewer supplies and alcohol, isn't it?
I think there's a poisonous kit. Not sure he has that now.
He does, yeah. That was his initial, Alright, I'm just gonna do this one. His alchemist supplies. Change this to alchemist supplies. I killed it for a second. Yeah, roll, dude. Good old -1 + 3, my favorite. Okay, cool. One step closer we are. What? Close that. Okay, cool. Alrighty. We have a good sleep. The day rolls over one more time. And in your sleep, we'll say Doro, you don't see this, but while you are asleep, you do feel something off. The rest of you, though, as you were focused on something else, you don't need to see this, but Kiara, Kakashi, and Urit, the three of you, while you are sleeping, are mostly enjoying the night. You're having your usual dream, but for a moment,
I dream of mechanical sheep.
you do dream of mechanical sheep, and they're very cute.
Oh, God.
And they as they're jumping.
I wake up feeling very hungry.
Wait, you want to eat the mechanical sheep, or you're hungry?
I don't think mechanical sheep taste like crazy.
Yes.
I'm sure they don't, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to be hungry. I'm a carnivore.
Okay, they're mechanical sheep.
Based off real sheep, yes.
Are you sure there's meat inside them?
That's
This is a
weird.
horrifying dream.
No.
The worst.
They are machines.
Oh no!
How about we don't?
All right, so Kiara's having a nightmare clearly, and just doesn't realize it.
Some kind of eldritch horror.
I know, God. Like you can hear their meat slushing around as they jump.
Oh, husband!
There we go. Now,
Stop!
now it's gross. You're welcome. Okay, there we go.
That's
I
what we
got-
were going for.
I gotta bring it there. I'm sorry. All right. Your wonderful, beautiful dream of delicious mechanical sheep is unfortunately interrupted, though, Kiara. And you receive a moment knowing that you're sleeping, and you know you're dreaming, and you know your dream is interrupted. And you effectively see yourself not together, you see individually. You feel alone for now in a dark space. You look around, you sense around. You're not in your room, dark space. Literally nothing. Pitch black void.
Yeah, I'm awake and not in my room.
You almost feel awake, but you know you're sleeping.
Okay.
You're lucid enough to know that you are sleeping, or you should be sleeping.
Or
But you're-
I would like think out to Drak if he's there.
You can feel yourself attempting to reach him, but it's not as if the connection is severed. It's almost as if he's trying to reach you, but is unable to for some reason. And as you turn to look around, the three of you are met with a absolutely ginormous eye. It is yellow and serpentine, with blue and green flakes in its, well, all right, snake eyes are so sclera, whatever it's called, snakes. This massive, and I do mean massive, it as you gaze upon it, you can see all the way to the left and to the right, and it quickly blinks. And it's just staring at you. It focuses, and the narrow slit becomes more and more narrow. And you can feel it watching, almost judging you in a way.
Does it feel hungry? Like, say, it might devour me.
No, it feels curious.
Hmm.
This feels different. If you are you reaching out to like feel what it wants, Kiara, or are you're getting your initial feeling?
It looks curious, then yes, I'm gonna reach out and be curious in return.
Okay. This does not feel like the same kind of magic of this strange black creature. I don't know why I had an accent there. Strange black creature on the floor that you ran into earlier. This
Kiara turned to Steve Irwin.
it's crocodile, mate.
I'm gonna rustle it.
You stare up at it, and as it stares back at you, and you can almost feel it looking through you, Kiara.
Like analyzing, or
It's analyzing you. It's almost looking through your mind. Since you've reached out to it, you feel as if it almost has more information than it probably should have initially. Almost as if you, I won't say gave into it, but you opened up a door that maybe shouldn't have been opened. But because of that, you can see something as well. The giant eye is no longer just an eye, and you start to see scales sort of reveal themselves around the eye. And looking at it, you
dragony, is it?
it's not dragony. It's very much an eye of a Yuan-Ti.
Okay.
Whatever this thing is, it is incredibly powerful, and it's looking at you almost mockingly, and it seems more intrigued in you, Kiara, that you would reach out to it. Most folk would be scared of this or would pull themselves away, but you didn't. You reached out instead. Before you're able to gather any more information, though, the eye closes and you feel yourself being pulled back rapidly as you quickly wake, as that kick feeling, that like as you are pulled back to the land of the living. Urit, you feel as if it would be better to not reach out to this thing. So you still see it in your dream, and you feel Drac kind of telling you to stop looking at it, pull away. What do you do?
How loud is Drac? Like, how can I hear him like loud, or is it like a whisper?
It's a feeling of a whisper. It's a gnawing. It's almost as if
I'll probably be like I'll be curious, but like wondering what I should do about it. So basically, halfway through reaching out to it, and then I hear the whisper, and I go like, I pull back basically.
Okay. As you pull back and turn your head, you get that exact same feeling as the eye quickly shuts, and you feel almost like a burst of wind, and you're pulled back as well, and instantly, and you wake, and you're in your room, and you know you're in. You know you're awake. You can feel your body. You're both sweating. All three of you are, including Kakashi. You all, of course, don't know this, but you what?
I fall off the bed.
Okay, you roll off the bed and make a very loud thud. Considering all three of you wake up at around the same time, Kiara, you would presumably hear this thud.
I will jump out of bed and knock on the door with the thud.
You hear muffled dwarvish cursing.
Urit, are you okay? Bam, bam, bam.
I'm fine.
Same.
I just had a really weird dream.
Yes. I'll slumber over and open the door. I think I had the same dream.
By the way, how's your beard look? Is it nice and manicured while you sleep, or is it messy?
It has a beard cap.
A beard.
It's
Alright.
a dwarven beard. Come on, it's like yeah.
I have bad heads, and I haven't noticed, so it's all right.
Do you have bed tail?
Yeah. I also have bed tail.
Yes.
Okay.
Bed tail.
She basically
Yeah.
looks like one of those poodles.
Yeah. So what happened to your dream? I dreamed of a giant eye. I have a horrible feeling it was probably the Devourer, but I'm not really sure.
Yeah, something like that. I'll at least call out to Druck.
You feel him answer this time, as he doesn't materialize, but you can feel his presence very close to you, and he's sort of awaiting for you to say something.
Any idea what that was?
He's attempting to gain power, almost as if him pulling you out of that took something out of him, and he's attempting to recharge to better communicate with you. And
Take your time.
you feel him effectively say,
Yes, it's... I believe it was one of the other tribes. We... possibly got the attention of someone.
Oh. Well, that
What did he
doesn't
say?
Let me finish.
I'm wagging my tails impatiently.
I'm basically talking to myself right now, looking at the X.
you see
yeah,
to the
I
right.
figured.
Yeah.
You see to the right, Kiara. Kakashi's opened his door and he's listening in the conversation. He's
Well.
watching you guys.
The good news is it wasn't the Great Destroyer, apparently. The bad news is we got someone's attention. One of the other clans, apparently.
Oh, an alive one or a dead one?
That's
Yes.
Because I mean, they are magicians, so I don't see why a live one couldn't do it.
well, regardless of whether they are alive or not, they have to be very powerful to do something like that.
Especially all of us.
Yes. The only one I know that has done that before is where is he actually? And I'll knock on the door of Doro. Is he outside? Actually? Or-
Am I still in my dream battle?
So your dream battle has finished, Doro. You're effectively
Just
not
sleeping.
not tired, but like yourself. Either I'll throw you down to that
Okay.
level. Yeah, no.
Did I already know that Karth had done that to them?
No,
You're actually the
I
only
don't-
one to avoid it, I believe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was the only one, but
I
you
don't
know
think
what
we
told
told
me?
you specifically.
All right,
least
then I'm gonna be very confused. Who did what?
I mean, I think we mentioned something about a weird dream or something. I'm not sure we specifically told you.
That makes sense.
So, Doro,
Yeah.
you're able to wake. You we'll say you were preoccupied, which is why this being did not impede on your dream,
Nice. I avoided the nightmare.
effectively.
Perfect.
Did you say you knocked on his door, Kiara? Or you just screamed for him?
I did, assuming he wasn't already outside.
What's going on? I'm tired.
Did
We
you
had a
not
really
happen to
weird
have a
dream.
weapon? What about you, Kakashi? Yes.
He opens the door more, and you see he's holding one of his weapons, and he kind of nods and says, "Yeah, I had it too."
I didn't have any dream.
But I thought you were dreaming about
Well,
your.
I mean, besides that,
So how'd it go?
you'll find
Whack
out
my
eventually.
snails. What do you mean eventually?
You'll find out eventually.
I want to make some Roombas to help Jolly keep his thing clean.
That's why you want them.
Of course, that's why I want them, and then
Yep,
I might sell
that's
some
why
of them
you
later
want
and make more money
Uh-huh.
for the town, of course.
For the town. That's exactly why you want it.
Everything's for the town.
Sure it is.
Ugh.
Well, squabbles aside. Garth, you there?
He slowly materializes himself pretty much between all of you.
Wait,
And yes,
wait, what? Why are we asking Karth this? Did you guys have a dream with Karth too?
We did tell you about that, didn't we?
I don't think so.
Yeah,
Cool.
you like
Actually,
trapped us
did we
in a dream
remember?
for a little
Yes,
bit.
we did.
I will look at Kakashi to confirm
to confirm what?
if he had a dream too.
He kind of shrugs and nods.
With Garth, I mean.
Yeah, with Karth.
He nods at you.
I will flatten my ears back. I'm the only one who didn't have a dream. I don't know if I should be happy or sad about that.
Trust me, she should be happy.
Okay, I will be happy.
No hard feelings, Kiara. We'll put it this way. In my weakened state, you're able to resist my pull. So, clap, clap. Congratulations.
I will stick my chest out and fluff my ears up. Damn straight, bitch.
I'll assume that's a royal bitch, not directed at me.
Not sure. Haven't decided yet.
What do you all require of me this late at night?
You didn't happen to feel anything weird just now?
Something, potentially, but I was preoccupied. Why?
Preoccupied with what?
I'm busy with things as well. I don't just do nothing.
You can't go that far.
He was probably cataloging his manga, the damn weeb.
He points to his head.
I can get quite a lot done in here.
Alright. So, you kind of felt something?
Yes, it was a blip. Why?
Any idea what it was?
I have a feeling the four of you are telling me something. Just out with it. We can get this done quicker.
You know what you did to the three of us, putting us
Yes.
into the dream?
Correct.
Something else did that to us. And
you
according
all-
to Drak, it was some other clan, probably.
It was an eyeball, and it didn't say anything. It was just really curious feeling.
Did it look into you?
Tried to, didn't let it.
My ears will flatten again? Yes.
Are you hurt? You feel exasperated?
I look down at myself.
While you're sweating, your body is not cut, you're not bleeding. You only feel somewhat mentally tired, but not like physically tired, as if it didn't pull any like life energy or anything from you. So now that you're like feeling it out and thinking, no.
I think I feel okay.
That is reassuring. The giant eye appeared to you, all four of you, or just three?
Not
Apparently,
me.
Dora was preoccupied too.
Intriguing. Did the three of you see each other, or were you alone?
Alone.
It
He
felt
seems to-
like a connection was being blocked.
He thinks for a longer moment, taking that information in and kind of pacing in front of you all as he turns back to your group and says,
Well, then I believe Drac is most likely correct. Someone, something, alive or clans can never die. So we'll just say one of the clans clearly is interested in us. Not sure if this is a good or bad thing, depending on who they are, but, well, congratulations. Someone thinks you're worth looking in on.
Is there any way for us to figure out which clan? Because there's a lot around here.
Oh, there are quite a few. Besides going from door to door, if you will, it would be quite difficult. You could attempt to trap them next time they attempt this, but, well, seeing as you were quite cognizant the first time it happened, the odds of it happening again might be a bit lower. But if they are so brash as to attempt again, yes, you could attempt to trap them and trace them back to the source.
Well,
How would we do that?
yeah, Duro and Urt probably have a better chance of doing that than I would.
The three of you should be quite capable. I could
Sure,
assist
we
with...
could figure something out.
Of course. I can assist with magics, of course, if you're missing anything in particular. But it's... I won't say a simple spell. One could easily take a simple spell and make it quite potent. You're sure all aware? So... Yes, effectively someone was looking in on you. Apparently the three of you, all at once, and you were unable to stop it. So, yes, they are quite powerful. I would not be scared, though. Just keep your guard up.
Well, as long as it wasn't the Devourer.
Well, with recent developments, I have been thinking about visiting one of the 1T clans nearby. Or one of the villages, at least.
That could benefit us, yes. I will say, Kiara, if that thing, the entity, decides to reach out to you, you will know. And we will have a problem.
Oh, why is that a problem?
I believe it's in its name.
It's gonna eat
As I mentioned before, only my lord was able to combat it. And
Oh, you're talking about the Devourer. Gotcha.
Yes, correct. As only he was able to combat this beast. Once again, no offense, but you would all be torn to pieces.
No offense taken.
We've still got a way to go. To at the current rate.
Correct. If anything, we don't want to fight this. We want to prevent it. Stop its coming, if you will. Or divert it, however you'll see fit. It is something that we considered, but pushing our troubles to other nations, well, my lord thought it would be prudent to handle it instead. So rather than his story going down in history as someone who re-diverted the calamity, he stopped it. Much better story.
he looks somewhat impatient as he's looking at you all.
That is it. I assume you all need your sleep.
Yep.
Sounds like it.
I think that's it.
Well, good night.
As he sort of disappears, his ghostly image sort of swirls off, and the smoke and such floats over towards Doro back into the scroll.
The worst part is I'm starting to get used to this.
The what? The dreams?
Yes.
All right, and we all head back to sleep. This time, no one is disturbed or interrupted in any way, shape, or form. And you guys do indeed get through the night. And the next morning greets us.
Well, Scorpion time? Or what are we doing? What's the plan?
Do we want to do the Scorpion now that we have new problems?
Yeah, I was gonna ask Shadows about the location of those things first.
Oh, yeah.
And also, we are missing a party member technically, so.
I will control him at your guys' discretion.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
he
think
wants
that's
to be
gonna
here
change
for the
for a
fight,
while.
I'm sure.
True, but I will say he hasn't responded just yet, but he might be busy for like a month straight, so this might be something we
Yeah.
can't avoid.
Sadly.
Yeah, as in we're gonna have to just kind of go on without him.
Yeah, but I think Urit would probably think the urgency of the new black things is more important
Yeah.
than the Scorpion.
Yeah, I at least want to know the location and if there's gonna be like a shit ton of them, and then we can do the Scorpion after.
I mean, the Scorpion will be there in a week, so.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I guess we got to go find Satish and see if Shadows is awake yet.
Alrighty, I will go
wanna-
ahead and
I want to ask Karat about the little robot things.
Okay.
See if he'll tell me how to like make them, if I can.
sure thing.
And
As you
control
wake,
them.
you inquire effectively how he made those, and he kind of thinks for a moment, says, yes, I could help with that, but what precisely would you want with them, Doro?
I mean, Kiara said she wants them to help clean up around the town, but I don't know. I
mean,
think
they
she
could-
just likes little mechanical things.
I mean, that's half of it. I won't deny.
As do I. I could share my knowledge with you. I don't see why not.
And can they do other things besides clean?
Well, their primary function was indeed to keep the place spick and span, but
Yeah.
yes, if you wish, just ask.
Like, could they keep up a farm or something?
He thinks for a moment. Potentially, yes. They are quite small, so you could
Oh.
reform them into something else.
Make them a little bigger, maybe? Or is that
Yes.
too much?
Oh no, that should be quite possible.
All right.
You need to feed it a little something, but yes, I don't see why not. Should not be out of the realm of possibility.
Oh. Guess we'll just try to make one at some point.
I don't see why not. I can attempt to materialize myself and spread my information to Kiara, if you wish to share it,
Nah.
of course.
Nah.
Well, just let me know.
Monster.
I just wanna know.
Monster.
That's fair, that's fair.
I might
will
make
say,
her a few, but I want to be the one to make them.
personally, no offense, Doro, but they are somewhat complicated. They might be better suited in her hands.
Yeah, so you should
Oh,
ask me
well.
instead to help you.
Yeah, I could ask her it.
Or your friend Urit, yes.
Might be able to help a little bit.
Yes.
Well, I know which one I'm taking apart first.
Stay away from me.
A little bit of friendly torture never hurt anyone.
I will
It
pinch
hurt.
you.
It hurt the Tinkerer's feelings.
You'll be fine. I said I would make some for you.
Yeah, but then I have to rely on you.
Yeah, that's the point.
Ugh.
Wow.
I will probably end making it.
Oh god, you're exploding
Whoa,
again.
demons. I heard I would probably, and then blah blah blah.
I'm not even sure what it's doing either. It's picking
don't
up the
know.
sound, but it's like cutting off the end of each sound, picking up the first part of each word as well. Just give the mic a nice
Make a bunch of food
slap.
fights. Oh, I like that.
Give it a womp.
sure the complicated part's the magic anyway. That's what I'm mostly interested in.
Indeed.
I mean, obviously, I made a little dragon cannon, so
Yeah, of course. Oh, that's mean.
what?
Written in Dwarvish.
Time to learn Dwarvish.
Dwarvish? Dwarven. Dwarvy.
And which dwarf are you going to ask to teach you that?
I'll go buy a book.
There are not many dwarves in Chunel, but
Yes.
there will be some somewhere in the
Please.
major capitals.
I'm
Don't-
sure he has a book with dwarvish to like Yuan-Ti.
Don't underestimate me. I
God.
am desperate.
The good old
God.
struggle days where you have to basically
They're-
translate from common to Yuan-Ti to dwarvish.
I'm about to say, let's go to the common story in a common T1T to Dwarvish for Dummies.
Dwarvish for dummies.
You know that probably exists.
Why not just Dwarvish for Dummies? That's
Yeah,
too easy.
The real question is, which dwarvish are you reading though?
Ah.
I'll figure it out.
You should learn a dead language, write it in that, just a teaser.
Actually,
Oh
you know
my
what?
God.
I know Giant. I'm going to do it in Giant. Have fun
Oh.
learning that.
Oh my god, you are so mean.
Don't worry. What he doesn't know is Giant is just, it requires more paper. It's just really big.
Giant is just you take the letters and write it in like font 25.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
And
Just
if you're a purist, each parchment is one letter.
Hell
Oh.
yeah.
Wow,
That-
that will definitely take forever to
Oh,
learn.
I could
That's why
make another
these runes are
blueprint
such a
in
bitch. They're
DBH.
massive.
Exactly. You basically need to like write it all out, put them all in order, and then fly above the town to read it.
Nice.
A wind comes
Oh,
through. No!
we're just talking about ways to torture Kiara at this point. That's basically all this is.
Well, Karad will not king shame you. You're good.
Nice. Okay, I don't know about kink shaming, but I don't know if I would call it a kink.
Idea. After you
Friends,
ask him,
gotta mess with her a little bit.
yeah, of course. As you ask him for that information, he lets you know that he can of course impart the information to you. Of course, he can technically, if you want him to, take over your body and basically do it through you, but that would require a more wow. Every word I think of is whatever, a more intimate connection with them.
Possession.
Possession, yes,
The-
which is
It's
indeed more
basically that scene from what's it called? The movie called Ghost.
Ghost, yeah.
I mean, if I don't need help, if he just does that and I don't need help, then I would probably just want to do that.
Yeah, if you'd be comfortable with it, he could technically just take over your
To
body.
be fair, Doro is used to not being himself.
Yeah, true.
This is true.
Actually, yeah. Can you add Karad to the amount of people that I can turn into?
You bet your ass I can.
Perfect. I need that in my life. Then I can be a Birdman again in this campaign.
Always be Birdman.
Always bird.
Where did I put you with the question? Oh yeah.
I'll tell Kiara how they work eventually.
After I've bugged the shit out of you,
Probably.
you're gonna hate me before long.
I don't know.
End up inventing unique batteries.
You
In-
exploding
Inventing
again?
what?
Runic batteries.
Ooh,
That sounds dope.
that does sound dope. Hey, be nice to me and I'll be nice to you.
Well, I will have him teach me how to make them while they talk to shadows, I guess.
Alrighty, Karad begins to kind of slowly explain how it works. This concept is very, very out there, Doro, so he can technically teach you, and I'll put it this way. He'll spend the first day basically trying to teach you and then realize it's probably a waste of time, and
Damn.
it not because of like you're unintelligent, but because the concept is so far out there, he can see you're kind of not getting it, just because it like I said, it's very much out there. It's like teaching, I'm trying to think of an example, someone who's like never cooked how to cook, or like not just cook, but like cook a very extravagant, like perfectly extracted meal using a bunch of really, really weird mechanisms and such. Obviously putting a sandwich together is very easy, but you know, what is like gastronomy or whatever is incredibly difficult, or whatever it is.
Let me teach you guys how to set up a radio service.
Yeah, it's a bit out there, and the pooper is open to all now as I remove the door. So effectively what he can offer you is, I don't want to say mind melding, but almost that, where rather than taking over your body, he just kind of slowly feeds the information to you in pieces, which will make no sense, but eventually it'll just click.
I just add it as like a downtime activity. And he can
Sort of.
slowly teach me.
Basically,
just-
he'll just because it's not really dependent on you. It's just dependent on time.
He'll just tell me.
Yeah.
slowly.
So I imagine it like this. Basically, I give you like a 500-page book, and letters are randomly loaded in this book, so it makes no
Oh,
sense
God.
until it's finished filling out effectively.
I mean, sure, why not?
Other than that, though, he has given you the general concepts for how to put them together. So you kind of
Okay.
so we'll say this: you understand enough that you can tease Kiara with the knowledge, but you can't actually put it together. If that makes any
Well,
sense.
at some point, I want to have him just like take me over and make one.
Yeah.
Or just have Kiara let that other one go. I'm assuming he still has control over them, not me. I would have to make them myself, or have him make it while
He mostly has
over.
control over them, yeah, because they were effectively like soulbound to him. But effectively, anything he has, you have, and the closer you get to him, and the more power he's able to offer you, the more you two will basically just be the same thing, effectively. That's something that you need to be, you need to spend time with him. Since considering you just beat him in combat, you guys just basically just started getting to know each other. So
Yeah.
the longer you chill with him, the better. And if you choose to speak with him and do random things with him, you're more than welcome. You can technically, so I will say, for downtime with your guys' like spirits, you can train with them. You can like for downtime, you can say, hey, I want to spend all day just like spirit sparring, like shadowboxing with them. And any like real combat you guys do or anything you do there, we can effectively say, okay, you guys may now ask it a vague something. So you can say, I want more power. I want to do more damage. And I'll say, okay, do you want more consistent damage, or do you want like a cooldown effectively? So like a once per day or once per combat type skill where you like shoot off a giant lightning bolt, or you just want to always do like 1d4 extra lightning damage. You know what I mean? So once you guys get closer, we'll effectively just divvy out random skills. Exactly, Demas, that precise scene. Sexy Birdman showing you how to mold clay pots. I wouldn't have it any other way. All right, Waltler is taking a bath and everyone else is stinking up the room. And Doro's discussing with Birdman. Kiara said you're going to, with Urit, go look for shadows and such and give him a chit-chat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nope.
I want to, like, hit Discord to make it work. I don't know what it is.
I seriously want to know what's causing that.
Yeah, what if I... See, when you make fun of it, it works! I hate it! Okay, hold up. Okay, I switched to Central. Talk real quick.
Oh god, you're blowing up now.
I'm
Yeah,
blowing up?
Yeah, you are.
Am I still blowing up? That fixed it?
I think we're all just.
Yeah, for everyone. I think Seth was helping out as well.
You made everything weird.
Could it be our internet hub? Because I was getting some lag in Final Fantasy earlier.
No, because it's everyone.
Yeah, it's just better? Sorry.
No.
No?
That's a little worse. At least it was for a second.
Fine for me.
Okay. How is it now?
Better.
I literally
Better,
turned
but
it back.
still a little muffled.
It's a little muffled. I brought it back to exactly where it was. This is East Coast. I switched to Central.
Oh, yeah. No, it's not fixed.
This is bad?
Yeah.
You're
Discord.
fine now, waifu.
You know what? Hold up.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, now you're fine.
I'm good. Fixed?
You're good.
Okay.
It's starting to remind me of the lag of Final Fantasy because it comes and goes.
Yeah, because the thing is, we don't host Discord. We're not the server. So if
I
it's-
know,
yeah.
but
Be the internet there.
Yeah, because if only you and I, babe, are getting like lag, then it's us. But we're all hearing it from everybody. So
I think I heard people talking about issues in Guild Wars as well, so it might be general
it's Guild
network
Wars.
issues.
It's ANET. It's friggin' NCSoft. That's why our Discord's lagging.
Oh, it's
How dare.
just text. It's just AWS service.
Exactly. Amazon.
Actually, does Discord use AWS?
I don't know. It's a good question. Also, I can hear you perfectly fine now.
yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Wah, 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 wah.
All right. Anywhoots, you're looking for the lad. Are you just looking for shadows or anybody else?
Satish as well, I think she said.
Yeah, Satish as well.
We're going exploring.
All right. I will deliver them to you.
Oh, convenient.
Yes. We'll say y'all are having a food as you do. And you guys
Beard
invited
well
them
brushed,
over.
not smelling,
Oh, of course, of course.
judging the rest of the party.
Hey, my hair is perfect now.
Have you
You
cleaned?
haven't bathed in like 5 weeks.
You.
I just kind of assume we're doing that without
Yeah.
saying it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I distinctly stated that you have to RP shower, otherwise you stink.
Alright.
Well, I guess I stink then.
Yeah,
I use
guess
a
that's
rock to
true.
shower.
Oh hell yeah!
Actually, dwarves don't shower. They just like do the elephant thing and throw some dust on themselves.
I'm gonna say, do you like the chinchillas?
They wash
I-
themselves
Okay,
with like
dust baths?
dirt.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
dust baths, the chinchillas. That's so cute. I love that. Sorry, I
I
you went for
shake
like
my
a
head
like a
and dust just sprays everywhere.
you went for a cool big animal like an elephant. And I'm like, oh, like a little furry little man's,
Like a little cute boy.
yeah, exactly.
Yes.
I mean, they're squat.
I
And they're
mean, I
powerful,
guess
and they're hairy.
physically they're closer to chinchillas than elephants.
Yeah, they have hair all over.
Small, hairy,
They're very squat.
very cute.
They got some girth to them. Just like
As
a
far
dwarf.
as dwarves go, Urt is very cute.
Oh, he's basically the cutest. Alrighty, you guys meet both Satish and Shadows in the morning for breakfast and such.
Good morning.
They both wave to you as they come in, and they have a seat. Hello, hello. How we doing? And Shadows sort of nods and sits down.
We're good. How are you feeling, Shadows?
I am better. Thank you.
Excellent. We were hoping you could take us back to where you found that thing.
Yes, of course, of course. Is there a reason you wish to return?
Yes.
Yes. They could potentially be a problem to the town, and we need to know more about them.
He thinks to himself and says, oh, I don't know why that didn't cross my mind. Yes, that is a very good point.
It's all right. You'll get used to it. You don't think much about this little town because it's cute and empty and darling, and then we get attacked, and yeah, no.
Well, I'm here to protect, so guide me, point me in the direction, and I will do my best.
Well, in this case, you would be doing the guiding.
Yes.
He sort of laughs at that, and so does Satish, kind of with how not out there he is, but just like he's like he doesn't get it for whatever reason.
Who doesn't get it, Shadows?
Yeah, for whatever
Oh.
reason.
Oh no, he's done.
Oh no.
And Satish, we were hoping you'd come along since you're the great expert.
Oh yeah, definitely. She looks at him. Shadows. You wouldn't happen to draw on a map or anything, right? He checks it. No, I can easily find my way back there.
Did I ask him to like get a general direction, just right? Not on the map.
He came from the south of this town, so
Yeah.
So south-ish. Unsure how accurate that is, but that is what he remembers. He did look pretty beaten and tired, though you're not really sure how long he was walking for. Sort of a excuse me. Oh god. He scratches his
no,
chest and
not-
thinks of no, he's good, no worries. Yes, I can guide us back there quite easily.
Excellent. Was it a far walk? Are we talking like lots of rations?
He kind of thinks for a second. Shadows, how long were you gone for? Was it a day or two? Oh, yes. It's about a day and a half. Yes, around that. And were you running, or did you just walk? Well, I was looking around for anything that could stop or hurt us. Okay. And did you go in a straight line? Did you just sort of wander, or did you go straight to them? Like, how did you get there? Oh, yes. I followed the skyline. I was going toward the mountains. Okay. Is that actually south of here? Yes. All right.
I will pull out a map and put it on the table.
She kind of like gives you three a well, he can't really give it to you, Urit, but she kind of gives Kiara and Kakashi a look of like, okay. He's potentially good at like going out there on his own, but like he might be directionally challenged in a way.
He's bad at explaining direction, basically.
Yeah. How about this? I trust you can get your way back there, no problem, Shadows. You'll just lead us. We'll all kind of come together, and, you know, when we get there, you just let us know.
He sort of nods. Yes, that sounds good. I know exactly where it is, but, well, scratches at his mane again. He looks at your mapper. It probably won't be able to point out where it was. But you can believe me, I know exactly where it is.
It's fine. I'll keep track of it myself.
He points at his head. It's in here.
As long as we can get back there.
Of course.
I'd better wear some comfortable shoes.
Yes, and it'll be somewhat of a walk. You are used to the desert now, yes?
Oh, I grew up in the desert. I'm used to it.
Oh, good. Well, I'll go at a pace that is comfortable for our group here.
All right. Sounds good.
You know I'm good, so yeah. You guys have been out there a couple times. I assume this won't be much of an issue. That and we'll have
No, it won't.
with a much larger group, various, beasties are a lot less likely to actually attack us. And Jolly sort of handed food out to all y'all. He's helping other customers and such.
I see Jolly, and then I'm like, I wonder if my order came.
It's a bit
Good
early,
question.
so
Probably
not this.
ask Suharto about that.
Yeah, it's supposed to be delivered to the shop. So if anyone would know, it'd be him.
Yes.
All right. Well, I start to get up, and then I see the food, and then I change my mind.
Okay. Shadows and Siege are already eating, and he sort of looks up between bites and says, "Whenever you wish to leave, just let me know."
Probably the sooner the better.
Agreed.
He nods at that and sort of digs back into his food. And Siege looks over your group. So will it just be us and the big guy here? And she points over to Shadows.
Yeah, it's primarily a scouting mission.
That's fair.
We do need to leave some people behind in case trouble arises in town anyway.
Oh, of course. Leaving us undefended would be, quite foolish. So, good call. Also, your bard friend, is he still in his room, or?
He's right behind me, isn't he? Or behind Kiara.
No, I was talking to Karad in my room. I just didn't move my token.
Yeah, he's doing bird stuff. He's learning about the little robots.
He's learning about the birds and the bees, apparently.
Exactly. Alright, well, everyone sort of digs into their food, and when we are finished, you want Kiara, we can go check to see if the shipment has arrived.
Yes. As soon as I'm done. I'll see you guys later.
As soon as you're done, mission accomplished.
I will run upstairs and go to Suharto.
Okay.
I guess do you want me to drag myself?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You can keep-
Meanwhile, I'm just gonna ask Shadow if he remembered any landmarks, basically.
He sort of thinks to himself,
But,
and
yeah, it's fine.
he mentions the mountains again, but other than that, you get the feeling that he's very just like, I'm gonna go, and then I'm gonna get there, and then do my thing. So like he's good at getting around, but not as a team. He's very like lone wolf.
Yeah.
As you walk into the building, Kiara,
Good morning, Suharto.
Dancing and Suharto both greet you. They smile and wave, and he already has something in his hands as he walks up to you. Oh, hello, Kiara. How are you this fine morning?
I'm good. I had kind of a weird dream, but after that I slept like a baby.
Oh, wonderful. Was it a nightmare? Anything horrifying?
No. But it could be horrifying in real life later. That's unknown yet.
He kind of gives you a strange look. I was joking, but all right.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird.
All right. Well, I guess as long as we're all safe here and you keep us in the know, have all the crazy dreams you like.
I'd rather not, but yeah, I'll keep you in the know.
Thank you. Well, I'm sure you'll be glad to know that your package has arrived.
Really?
Indeed. And he holds out a wooden box to you.
Oh my god, I will take it and open it.
Everything you requested should be inside, and it indeed is. There are various... so you want to put it together, right? The brushes and such yourself?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So there are fine furs. There are adequately sized strips of wood that would be perfect for a handle for painting. You see various paints that are already mixed and ready to go. And you also see included in there are some dyes if you wish to make custom paints.
Perfect. I'm not familiar with dyes, but I'll figure it out.
I would assume I know who that's for. You can most likely just leave it to him, and I think he can figure that part out.
Oh, you know what? That's a good idea.
Most indeed. Oh, was there anything else you needed, or just that?
Just that. Thanks, Suharto.
You're welcome. The bill on that was, I believe, about 30 gold.
Oh.
Quite a highbrow. You're purchasing these for, everything is for Mr. Jolly, I assume? Trying to
yeah.
keep it quiet? Is this a gift?
Oh, it is a gift. Well, he did request it, but the highbrow is the gift part.
Ah, of course, he sort of winks at you. Well, I'll keep that just between us.
I wink back. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. See you later.
Alright, he waves as you head out. Poor Lance didn't say hi.
I will wave to her as I leave.
She waves.
But she
Hey,
does
Kiara.
not do the
Hi,
weird
Sordo.
twist and dance.
Cat lady sad.
Big sad.
Sorry,
Right.
I'm excited.
You now
I'm
have
sure they said hello with like their weird cat ear thingies.
exactly
Yeah,
the animal high.
my weird cat ear thingies.
They are just called ears, I believe.
No, the movement.
Yeah,
the,
yeah,
you know,
yeah,
The
yeah.
cat ear wiggle.
The movement, yeah, I gotcha. These things on my
Ear
head,
wave.
I'm not
Cat
sure what
ears
to call
definitely
them.
have their own names.
Your ear floofs,
The ear floof.
ear floof
Exactly. the floofs.
flickins. Boop. Back in the tavern with you.
I mean, for dogs it's called flops. So
Flops.
Floopins,
flops.
okay. Floopinsy doopinsies. Miss Kiara, what are you doing with said stuff, the goods?
Well, since we're gonna be there a while, I guess that means we're gonna probably spend a night, so I will bring them with me.
Are you sure?
I will leave the paint in the room because it'll probably melt.
Wonderful.
Yeah, and I'll bring the sticks with me. Why? Nothing bad should happen.
Oh,
This
of
is a
course not.
scouting mission.
Exactly, nothing bad would
Yeah.
happen.
Nothing could ever go wrong.
Exactly.
We're basically gods.
And how dare you suggest otherwise?
I would never. I'm merely asking for roleplay purposes.
Shakes head, walks away.
Rude.
All right, by this point,
I was all
yes,
confused.
the morning has definitely passed. Doro, you're set with what you were working on. You guys have all eaten. Kiara, as the group, you guys now have all your stuff.
Kakashi isn't here, so he doesn't get to complain about the fact that the sun is in the air.
I know, right?
You just stay hidden. It's okay.
Yeah. He'll be like standing under Kiara's tails, I guess.
Say what?
Alrighty. So, what is the plan?
We move.
We'd follow shadows, probably.
All right.
Yes. We could also ask if we can use the carts, but nah.
No, we have our own makeshift cart. Don't we have like two of them?
True,
at this
but
point
we
that
don't have
brought
our
back?
own. We don't have our own makeshift lizard.
True.
Well, technically, we do have our own makeshift,
Man, I
makeshift
could
lizard.
make a mechanical lizard if you give me
But
about
he's-
3 months when I learn how to make these things.
3 months? Or you could let him teach me and I could make it
No.
in 24 hours.
No, teach me instead.
Damn it.
I'm far
No.
more reliable.
I'm determined to learn this on my own at this point.
All right. Time to harass you until you teach me.
You will get
Ooh.
nothing until I learn
Ooh.
how to do it on my
Ooh.
own.
Can I have a downtime counter of harassment?
What?
I don't,
What's
I
it
don't
even
think
mean?
they'll give you anything at the end of it, but you know.
It would have to be an opposed roll.
It's how often I bother you.
Oh, how often you bother? I
But
mean,
you,
we can.
you don't need a downtime for how often you bother me.
we can mentally track that by how annoyed Doro is and how unwilling he is to share information with you.
Damn it.
That happens naturally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose.
We don't need a meter for that. We're good.
Alrighty, well then, with that, having everything situated, we'll go ahead and just subtract 1 ration as we head out from our collection.
Yay.
Yay, 1 ration.
1 ration.
Alright, that's
Good thing
effectively
I
all
bought
we'll
more.
need. I know, huh? Shadow and Satish shall use theirs, and Shadow will begin to lead our group. Considering there are so many of us, there's no reason to roll for survival or for any check-ins or anything. There's far too many people here, and we're all pretty competent with running around, and Satish and Shadows are quite good at that, so if anything were to happen, they would help you. I don't have the desert map loaded, so we'll just chill here for now. The theater of the mind it is, then. Alright, we are indeed dedicating pretty much this whole day to venturing out into the desert to look for the area where Shadows found these strange, inky beasts. May I ask what time we decided to leave? Is it early? Midday?
I
Let's
did
leave
say as
shortly
soon
after
as
breakfast,
possible.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah. ASAP.
I don't
Okay,
know
cool.
how long it takes me to learn from Karad.
We'll say you woke up relatively early, Doro, and did you forego eating?
No, I wanted food. I'm fat.
All right,
Can
excellent.
he
So
not teach you the basics in your mind?
you probably spent like 10 or so, 10, 15 minutes unless you woke up super early, just kind of chit-chatting with him, figuring things out. Came down, ate,
That's for like half an hour thing, but all right.
maybe half an
Yeah,
hour.
I would have skipped breakfast if we only got like 15 minutes.
Yeah, because if you guys are booking it out of here, then y'all got food. Kiara ran, grabbed the paints, ran back, and then you guys are just kind of off like a laser.
Yeah, I want like at least 30 minutes.
You definitely spent a little bit of time, and effectively in that small pocket, he's feeding you information as he can. Considering you guys don't need to lead this expedition, he's, if you wish, kind of just throwing information at you as you guys are walking.
Yes.
Excellent. And yes,
And as I'm walking, I would like to ask Satis to point out any nearby UNT tribes.
Okay.
If there are any along the way, like even a couple miles out of the way, I just want to know where they're located.
yeah.
I'm noting down everything I see and everything Satish tells me.
Perfect. Your your map is kind of what Shadows was describing, except maybe not in that exact order, and it wasn't exactly south. It was definitely more of it was more east with a southern persuasion, we'll say. He might have looped his way around, but it was south enough. He came from south, so technically that was somewhat correct.
He's definitely a wanderer.
But he did indeed come back perfectly fine.
I guess
As you
the part is we're going to get back quicker than we left.
Yes.
Yes. I mean, after his description, we kind of expected this, so it's all right.
Yes.
Indeed. Let's see. So as you guys are walking about, she sort of thinks to herself and says, well, yeah, there are definitely plenty of clans out here. Some I don't know the names of, but there are 3 I'm not visited them myself, of course. I've heard about them. And I think, and she kind of leans over and sees Urit jotting down, 2 of them are on your map there, and then there's a third that's close enough by. Realistically, we could get there if, we weren't done today with this. But the 3 that are closest to our general location would be the Najar clan. All right. The Oscar clan. And Oscar, exactly. And the Aswad clan. In general, they don't they don't really run into each other too much. I've seen 2 of their camps from a distance. They're definitely interesting, but nothing I've personally dealt with, as I'm sure you can understand. Not really my area of expertise.
Oh yeah, totally.
And she notes on your paper there, Urit, that if you recall, Tranquil did actually kind of point out where some of them were, and 2 of them are ones that she pointed out prior, and then the third one.
God.
Yes.
Nod.
I asked her to keep a lookout for a man with my description, right? Or had I not gotten around to that yet?
I'm not sure if you asked her. Let me double check. I can add that. So what I have on her is that she's looking for food, rare items, and scouting for Kuthra caves. You want her to keep an eye out for Bad Boy?
I'll go ahead and ask right now.
Okay.
So
And
yeah.
how are you asking it exactly?
Oh, I gotta think about this. Hang on. Okay, so she knew the clans here. So she'd assumably know... Okay, so assumably you know clans in the other directions, right? Satish?
He nods.
Have you heard any rumors about a man with a centipede, a pet centipede, conquering any nearby clans?
She narrows her eyes. Literal centipede or...
Metal. He's actually an artificer like me.
Oh. Heard rumors. Mostly, back in town in Sakai, but other
Yeah,
than
that's where I heard the first rumor.
other than that, nothing too major, no.
So have you heard him near any in bothering any UNT near us, or are they kind of out on the outskirts past your landscape knowledge?
I mean, from what Abe told me, he started a bit further. I think... did he say it was west of here or north? I'm not entirely sure, but I believe he landed in the capital, Schoonhelm, and headed this way. So I think that should be west of here. But, the guy could have been lying. You really have no idea.
All right. Well, if you happen to come across any camps that have looked like a human bothered them, or if you happen to see him and his men, could you keep us updated?
Yeah, I mean, besides this centipede, do you have a description of the person himself, or what what his men look like?
His men, I don't know. And as for the man, I assume I remember what he looks like. Did you decide, Hub?
He's your man.
I have no idea, Hub.
You don't want to describe him?
Let's see, what am I picturing?
Does he have long flowing hair?
It's your whole man.
Does he have curls?
I do have an image of him.
Is he a ginger? He does have no soul after all.
Actually, I think I'm picturing him blonde.
Blonde, okay.
You better not be
You know
picturing
what?
me.
No. Are you blonde and blue-eyed?
I used to have blue eyes. I have green eyes now.
Oh, lots of kids have blue eyes, so that's fine.
Yeah.
He upgraded.
They changed over time, sadly enough.
Green
I
eyes
like
are
my
pretty.
blue eyes.
Sorry. What's your picture, Hub?
Do I want to show you? Yeah, I'll show
prob-
you. I'll show you.
Oh, I totally can't see his face.
That's the point.
I can make up whatever the hell I want.
Yeah, that's the point. That's why I picked this art. It looks dope, but I don't want you to see his face.
Yeah, let's make him blonde and blue-eyed.
Okay.
And he had a scar over an eye. Now, mind you, I saw him more than 100 years ago.
Her eyes kind of widen at that.
So he's probably potentially older now, and I'm sure his hair might not be the same.
All right.
Plus additional scars, who knows? If you find him, don't approach him. He might seem like a nice guy, but he's not.
She narrows her eyes as you guys are walking through the desert.
Or
Is
at
this
least...
Is this like a revenge type thing?
Oh, yes. You pinged that fast.
Gotcha. There's a tone in your voice.
Sorry. It happened so long ago, you'd think I don't care anymore, but now that I know he's in the area, I care again.
No, I got you there. I'll keep an eye out.
I appreciate it.
And Shadows listening to your conversation, turns to you and says, "Yes, I will as well."
I appreciate it.
Satish and I tend to go in different directions, so I'm not quite as opposed to speaking with you, Auntie, and such. So, I'll come back to you with any information that I might have. Yeah.
That would be helpful. I definitely want to know what he's doing to the UNT too, if you manage to get any of that info.
Yes, you said do not engage.
I mean, if you come across him, I would just stay polite. But yeah, I wouldn't make it obvious that you're after info, because I guarantee you he'll know something's up, and that'll make him not trust you, which could be dangerous.
He thinks for a moment, then nods to himself. Understood. I'll do my best.
And like I said, as long as you don't seem like a threat or like you're hiding anything, he was cordial until he thought me and my friend were hiding something.
Were you hiding something?
Just a dragon.
A dragon? What? What do you mean you were hiding a dragon? Do you own a dragon?
No. He was our friend. He saved our lives.
Oh. That is... Did he attempt to kill this beast?
Yeah, he wanted the dragon's hoard, and... Well, you don't touch a dragon's hoard, and he was gonna kill the dragon to get it, and like I said, this dragon was my friend, so...
Oh god, did he kill it?
No.
Sorry, you're... We're calling it an animal and you said it's your friend. Him, I assume?
Yeah, him.
Oh, Jesus. That's actually... Okay, yeah, I'll steal clear.
He was strong back then. I can only imagine how strong he is now.
Shadows nods at that. Says, yes, if someone took my friend away from me, I too want revenge. We will help you to the best of our ability.
I nod, thank you.
They both nod back, and he's... While he has been holding a conversation with you, he's pretty much this whole time kind of going left, kind of going right. So he's instinctually drawn to wherever location he's trying to go to. And for the most part, you guys are actually noticing that you're staying in the shade, as a certain drow requested, and unassaulted the entire way there. There are no strange creatures. Obviously, in the distance, there's the usual large, potentially consuming beast that, is most likely hungry, but you guys are able to avoid them all with relative ease. And as I mentioned before, a party this large is most likely not going to be attacked unless it's by something very, very, very large.
Yes.
You do see a few birds and flying things in the sky, but they are off in the distance. And for the most part, some look maybe a bit bigger than usual. You guys do kind of get a feeling that you're being watched, but also you get the feeling that in a party of this size, you are well enough protected. So, no issue.
Kind of almost always watched when we were wandering down the desert.
I mean, you guys are just food, to be fair.
Do we happen to see that giant sandstorm that we usually come across, or no?
No, not this time, actually. Whether it be time or just pure luck, or it just pissed off some other random direction because it is the desert, you fortunately do not see it.
Shadow
But-
is good luck charm.
All in all,
I mean, he survived somehow.
Shadows is actually leading you guys pretty much directly where we thought we would
Honestly,
be.
I do
Well-
want to ask him how he knows the way without like dangerous stuff in the way, because it almost seems purposeful how he walks, basically.
But while you guys are walking, he kind of pauses for a second in his steps, and then he continues and he doesn't answer for a somewhat uncomfortable amount of time, like 5-10 seconds. He's silent, almost making it look as if he's checking the horizon, looking around, and just kind of, I have a good sense of direction. And she turns and says, "You're not really tracking like, well, a tracker would. You're not just randomly walking, are you? I mean, we are relatively safe. We're going, we should be." Yes, call it instinct, I guess. So we're just walking at your behest, and we're just happening to go the right direction?
Definitely.
Potentially, yes.
I snicker.
Oh no.
I'm still a little worried about his loner tendencies, but I am quite impressed with his his instincts.
She leans over to...
As long as we get where we need to go.
She leans over to Urit and kind of whispers so Shadows can't hear. He takes almost an intentional step or two ahead of you guys, a bit faster. I think the big guy's blushing. I will say,
if you have any fears, you can toss those to the side. I'm also kind of keeping a lookout, but I don't think we really need to worry too much. He's leading us the right way, but I'm pretty sure it's just by pure instinct, I guess. I'm not really sure how he's doing it.
I sink her again.
And he continues to head forward. And all the while, Eret, you're able to jot down plenty of information. If you guys do need to come back here, you get the feeling that while obviously going through a desert is very much a timed ordeal, so obviously there are creatures and various beasties that are roaming here and there. Yeah, part of it is either just y'all are getting lucky and not running into anything, maybe whatever sense shadows might have, or just general tracking knowledge. This is a good path if we were to go this direction again. And by this way, there would be one of the UNT tribes. You guys could very easily get to them if you wished. So you're easily able to jot that down. And there are plenty of landmarks that he might have missed because he's following his nose or following whatever invisible trail that he sees. So whatever that is more accurate for him, but doesn't really work for the common folk, as we don't see whatever he's seeing. So after, I'll say, a couple hours, we're getting around noon or so, as we're, bigger group, not really rushing too much, trying to be relatively careful as we're going through the desert. We don't acquire the wrath of any enemies or anything. And he kind of stops everybody, and then points up ahead to what you would assume was his battle with these things. You guys can see just up ahead, there's definitely a disturbance in the sand. It's relatively flat, but dips down a bit, almost as if something were there, and then it moved, causing the sand to sort of collapse down in on itself. And as he points, he says, "They came from there. As I was walking, I felt something strange, something odd. I went to check it out, and they attacked me." You guys are a good maybe 50, 60 feet away, but you can see there's a very clear depression in the sand there.
Like magical odd or just like a presence odd?
More of a presence. The feeling you get when you're being stalked by something hungry.
Are there any bodies?
Yes.
You see the general weather in sand has moved things around a bit, but you do see various, as I mentioned, they are hard to miss, black bumps in the sand.
Well, I guess we'll approach carefully.
Yes.
They look to be where I left them, so they should still be dead.
Satish draws her weapon and walks side by side with Shadows. All right, well, let's do this then. And your group gets closer and closer as you see this depression is quite large. It looks like he didn't really touch it. It looks very natural and undisturbed. Looking around this general area, you see lots of footsteps, many locations where he most likely punched and missed. So there's divots and rips and tears in the sand. You see some stone that has been cracked. There's a tree that's been knocked over, various twigs and such that have been snapped and whatnot. A bush that was ripped out. You see one of the creatures is pushed into this bush and sort of moved off to the side. All of them are covered in sand. There's maybe 5 or 6 of them buried, as the wind has effectively begun to bury them. But for the most part, you guys can still see all of them. And he, as I mentioned this, he points all of their corpses out to you, and then nods as if that is where they should be. They have not moved.
Alright, did you find a map of the ley lines?
I think yes.
Does this location happen to match up to the path of the ley line?
I will pull out my map and see if it overlaps or anything.
It is relatively close, yes.
I'll orient myself and point out the general direction of the ley line.
Okay. And as you do, you actually see another depression that looks to be potentially along the same area.
Where he's pointing?
Where Erd is pointing, yes. There's no corpses around this depression.
We're gonna have to be careful going there.
Yeah, because this is probably where the Devourer is buried. Since these things drop off of it.
Potentially.
And
Yes.
it was buried on the ley line, right? Or, well, I guess they could have traveled down the ley line stream, right?
Yes.
I think more likely they like gathered at the ley line.
Well, either way, we should be getting close.
Yes.
As you say that, Shadows turns to you, Kiara, and says, "Close to what are we looking for precisely?"
Well, there's something bad, really, really bad, buried in this desert from a long, long time ago, and we're slightly concerned we may have, not we, actually, someone else may have woken it up by accident.
He nods at that and sort of thinks to himself. Also, the entity they mentioned wasn't necessarily buried; it was just kept at bay. It was effectively fed, so you don't know where exactly it would be precisely.
Well, I kind of assumed it was like, sorry, my mental image was in a mountain, whether that's true or not.
Correct.
It's just that I don't think it should be above ground.
Correct. Yeah. So you do know that it's not above ground. It does prefer to stay hidden until it gets hungry, basically until it needs to consume.
So I'm assuming buried, quote unquote.
It might be a mountain.
I mean, a mountain kind of makes the most sense because I figured it was ginormous, but
As you guys are
At the
just
end.
discussing this, Satisha's kind of looking around as well, just checking the horizon and whatnot to see if anything's watching or anything's moving around.
you know, I kind of wonder if we should be telling them this because we're gonna need to raise their pays.
Nah.
How big are we talking, by the way? I know I'm, partially. And she kind of gives you a look like she kind of knows, but doesn't at the
You
same
know,
time.
we don't actually know. I assumed big, but we can't get any clear answers.
Assuming the stories aren't made up, it's anywhere between huge and fucking huge.
Shadows kind of like laughs at that, and Steve kind of gives you a bit of a smirk, like, all right, shit, interesting. Shadows
Don't
begins to
worry,
move
though.
closer and closer to the first depression, where the corpses are, and looks back to your group and says, "Do you mind if I have a closer look?"
Be careful
Nope.
though.
Yeah, and I will go with him.
Yeah, he cracks his knuckles and sort of holds his hand out, like, get close to Kiara, but don't get too close. He
Oh, also, I want to pull out some fire ingredients and set all the bodies on fire.
okay. You start burning the bodies.
Yeah.
Do you guys wish
check.
to?
Yeah,
Matt?
I'm gonna tell her to check if there's any like evolved versions of them around, or if they're all like larva state still.
Sorry, any what around?
Evolved versions of them,
Oh, evolved. Okay.
because there were multiple stages of growth or something.
And as you begin to dig them up, you notice that they are all still in their effectively larval state. Still very squishy. Their like chitinous armor hasn't formed fully, so Shadows. It almost looks like they hatch and he just beat the shit out of them. So all the ones around here are just the same squishy blob with like the tendrils kind of hanging out from them, completely assless and just gross and kind of smelly.
So they're like the one he found, right?
Correct. And
The
as
lack
he's
of
sort
ass
of
is disturbing.
the lack of ass is quite disturbing, actually. As he begins to sort of dig around and whatnot and look through the sand, he pauses for a moment and he sort of motions for you guys to come on over.
I will go.
I'll
Did you
walk
bring
over.
any excavation materials? Shovels, picks, anything?
I'll take it up, pick.
He sort of looks around. Do you have any way to move sand quickly? I'm not one inclined to magic, so.
I don't.
I don't have anything that can move sand.
Yeah, I don't think I do either.
He sort of just, all right, nods at that and kind of positions himself in a weird way.
Wait.
Yeah.
Do we have like, I don't know, something solid that's not sand that I could draw on?
What are you trying to do?
I can paint the shovel with the pigments, so we have shovels.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of stones and fallen trees and regular trees nearby. I mean, when I say stones, I mean like they're big. So.
I'll just paint 3 shovels.
Okay. And how long does it normally take to paint something that size? Not too long, right?
I'm assuming not too long. It's just a shovel. Say on the thing.
Pretty quick, I think.
It takes 10 minutes to cover 100 square feet.
Holy shit. Okay, yeah, you're
But
good then.
But it's not
That's
100
a lot of
square
square
feet.
feet.
Unless you're drawing a 100 square foot shovel, I think we're good.
It's a
No,
big
it's
shovel.
just 3
I mean,
normal
you could
shovels.
you could draw an excavator.
All right, and as you mentioned that, begin to paint. Satisha's kind of leaning over your shoulder, watching you, Doro. And Shadows turns to Urit. What did you say you had?
Yeah, pickaxe.
Oh, wonderful. He points, and you see this very shiny looking, almost like an obsidian in the sand, but it's covered, and the sand is very aggressively trying to cover it just because of the angle, and it's hard to move all the sand. Wow. Yes, what I said basically. It's less you. It's more so there's too much sand in the way to actually make out what this thing is.
I get closer slowly because I'm still in the middle of like weird ass enemy territory apparently.
Yeah.
And wipe off some of the dust, sand, stuff.
And as you get closer, there's definitely a film of something that was over it, and the sand kind of flaked onto whatever this outer shell is. You're able to wipe it off though, and you see some of the sand has actually fallen into whatever this is. And as you begin to kind of dig around and move, Doro, your 3 shovels are finished. Who are you giving them to?
I guess I'll give one to Satish because Urit has a pickaxe and he's gonna do that. And then
Okay.
I'll have one. Kiara can have one.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take one.
Shadows punches the sand. That's how we
Actually,
do.
no, I guess I'll make 2 more for Kakashi and Shadows.
Everybody shovel now.
How
Can
many square
I
feet does it
use-
take to make 5 shovels?
I don't know. Don't worry about it. They're small.
Actually, let's have a couple, like at least one person stand back, just in case there's anything else around us that might pop up out of the sand.
Okay. Who wants to stay look?
Satish probably.
Yeah, she's got good eyes.
Sure. She gives you a quick, like, not mocking salute, but like a, all right, sure thing. She kind of stands at the top of this. This depression's starting to get a little bit deeper now as you guys are starting to dig and like move sand out of the way. She's keeping a lookout as she has her hand on her sword, but she needs to draw her bow. She is more than ready to do so. And she's sort of keeping a lookout, see if there's anything on the horizon. And you guys, with your shovels and with the pickaxe and such, you're able to sort of move the sand around and dig and dig and dig a bit. And you see that these strange obsidian shapes are very egg-like in their structure.
Can I use my masonry skills to find out if it's actually stone?
Sure.
Do I need to roll from the toolkit from that or what?
We'll say you don't. Looking at these Urit, they're odd. So we've seen eggs before. You know what stone should look like. Upon closer inspection, it isn't just a strange obsidian. There's streams and flakes of other material running through these things. And as you get to the bottom of this egg, it's not an egg that can move freely. It's attached to something, and you see that they're all attached to something. A lot of the sand is really getting in the way, which makes this a little difficult, but you're able to kind of sweep the sand and sweep the sand and sweep it away. And you can see that these eggs are like almost bound and fused to like a big plate of stone that is almost like moving and like welding up into the egg itself. And you're not 100% sure, but it almost looks as if whatever formed these is pulling stone and various valuable ores from the earth to form this shell, this protective egg, for whatever was in it prior. It's very odd looking. You've not seen this before. What are you searching for, Kiara?
I was doing the same thing actually.
Sure.
And can I get a feel for how big it is, or are they not magical at all?
Big what is the eggs or the plate that's like under them?
The plate that's under them.
So there's definitely magic here. It's mostly dissipated, and you guys can both kind of feel that. It's very, very light. It's not emanating magic.
Is it dissipated, like devoured?
Less devoured, more the magic was used to effectively form these shells and birth these creatures. So it's almost as if the earth itself, I'm not saying like, you know, an elemental did this or something, but like the earth itself just kind of, it pulled, whatever force this was, pulled various metals and just things from the earth to form these eggs to protect it. So it took something to make these eggs. This is
Would I have any knowledge of something like that's happening?
Not that you've seen before, no. There are various creatures that will use like ores and sand and rock and just everything to like make homes for themselves and such, but something caused a strange anomaly. Like these are weirdly smooth, and with how low they are, it's almost as if they sprouted up from this plate. And as you're moving around, the plate kind of like tapers off and kind of goes under the sand, and as you're getting closer to what you're now finding is the edge, it just turns back into sand. It almost kind of flakes as you guys are able to dig deeper and deeper and deeper and kind of throw the sand up, and it feels as if something spurred this creation, this birth.
Can I dig underneath it?
It's relatively deep, and you start kind of digging around it, and you find that while the eggs are nice and smooth and intentionally shaped, this thing, as you start to unearth it, is not. It's very erratic. Almost as if... not to this extreme example, but if you've ever seen when they pour... I don't think it's iron. Whenever they pour, like, the liquid metal into an anthill or, like, a termite cave and then pull it up, how it's just, like, ridiculous looking.
Oh, yeah.
It's like that, but not as crazy. It's very erratic, though. There's, like, a pattern to it, but it's... You can't tell if it's an intentional pattern or not. It's almost as if these like tendrils were reaching out into Earth and trying to pull what they could to form this protective shell for its spawn.
Can we tell if it's new or if it's been here a long time and just like hibernating?
This looks relatively new.
Well, seeing that apparently there's ores and stuff inside of it, I'm definitely gonna break off a bunch of pieces and take it with me.
Sure.
Oh,
Yes.
are we talking ores like metal?
Yeah.
Can
Metals
I
and minerals.
eat metal to try and melt it?
You may. Yes.
I don't want whatever's in here to pop out and survive.
Actually, how big is the plate? Like radius? If we can,
So we'll say it's more of a strip. So it is about I want to
draw for us.
say 6 feet. So we'll make it like this. What's my draw? Okay. We'll say it's about like this, and then it goes on kind of like this almost. And then it has like various, chunks of metal and whatnot that are kind of coming off of it like that as it sort of dips into the sand. And these are everywhere. They're erratic. And then the eggs are basically growing out like this on it. Kind of like that. And then all these things will be eggs. And of course the plate's not perfectly rectangular like that.
Oh no, it's the spine of Deathwing.
Oh, no.
So effectively looks like that.
Right.
And as you cast your heat metal spell on this thing, Kiara, everyone kind of quickly instinctually jumps back as the whole thing begins to glow. The entire unit, we'll say, is affected by your spell, and we kind of hear it like sizzling and such. And Shadows jumps back, kind of looks at you, and hearing some crackling and popping, he turns around. Y'all good down there?
Yeah, I'm just trying to kill it, whatever it is, if that's possible.
She turns to sort of watch you guys, and then kind of, quickly flashes over her shoulder to see if there's anything coming. And you guys seem relatively safe so far.
So the entire thing instantly started glowing, or what?
Mostly.
Or was it more of? Is it more of like, it is now hot effect?
The whole thing is hot, definitely. But as some of it is made of like a sand that's not metal, so the metal bits we'll say are glowing. So you can see like rivulets of like iron, copper, just various bits. The whole thing isn't. I mean, the whole thing is now hot, obviously, because there's metal like weaved into its very essence in like every bit. You can see the more precious metals were reserved for the eggs themselves. Around it's more the cheaper stuff, which that is strangely enough almost glowing more than the eggs. There's probably something in the egg that has more of an organic component to it, whether they secreted it into like the shell.
To say that thing that Shadows brought back wasn't metal, right?
Correct. And inside the egg, like inside the inner part of the shell, it's not really glowing at all. In fact, they're not wet, but you can see a lot of the sand stuck to it as if it were once wet.
So it's more of a metal coat, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like on the outside, and then inside is very much organic, and then whatever that organic thing was spread its influence, we'll say, to the shell and then to the rest of this plate of birth.
Fancy.
It is incredibly strange to look at. That isn't really sure what to say, so he's just watching like, okay, this is outside of my wheelhouse a bit.
It's kind of outside of ours, so... Okay, have we destroyed it, or...
It seems to have already served its purpose, and its purpose was to birth these things, which Shadows killed, and you guys extra killed and buried. And
Wait,
then...
were they empty?
Yeah, they're empty.
Oh.
Yeah.
Would I be able to flip it? Or is it like buried? Are the tendrils too deep into the ground for that?
That would require immense strength to flip, as a lot of it's still buried, and the tendrils are quite deep. So it is potential of like all of you helped, and potentially use like some magic to like lift.
Can we shrink it?
Shrink the place.
I mean, I can shrink it.
I can shrink it too.
You can also shrink it.
I don't think you can double shrink.
No.
You can do one shrink.
Sadly.
You can single
One
shrink.
And I can go big, so you could make someone else big. You could make Shadow big.
Or it can go big, and then you guys can shrink him.
Yes.
I shrink Urit.
And then Urit grows.
Make it stop!
Oh, no.
Perfect. All right, are we shrinking this big thing?
I will shrink it.
All right. Doro casts.
Let me stop concentrating.
Okay.
What are you concentrating on?
Heat metal.
Heat metal.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Is it still hot? How are you gonna flip it?
Well, it's not hot after she stops concentrating on it.
Yeah.
It doesn't instantly cool down, though, does it?
No,
I'm
no.
pretty sure it
Well,
does. Does it
I think
not? 'Cause
magically,
it's
yeah,
not
it does
heat.
probably.
That's weird.
Physics have no place, unfortunately, in D&D. So
Magic bullshit going on.
yeah, magical bullshit. Do you need to touch it to reduce it, or you just like?
I believe it has a range.
Okay, so if it has a range, then we'll say it's still a bit it's a little toasty, and
It's a
this whole
pretty
thing
range.
shrinks by a substantial amount, and it weighs a lot less as it pulls in to like a centralized location. You can see that all the tendrils and whatnot that were like pushed into the sand are instantly filling with more sand. And you can see this thing would have been very difficult to pull up and out, but you can now almost eat all of it. And yes, there's indeed plenty of the tendrils that are going deeper are more rock-like, almost as if whatever this thing was like searching for the various ores and metal and such.
Say, as the tendrils are pulling out, are we seeing any signs of minerals underneath the sand?
Just sand and rock. So it looks like whatever started here was like sucking whatever like magic and nutrients it could get out of the earth. And like I said, as you go further and further down these tendrils, they become more sandy and more rock-like. So less valuable.
What about anything biological?
Biologically,
Bones, maybe?
Like, what now? Mostly like, I mean, they had to come from somewhere. So did they come from the ground, or is there anything connected to them all the way down there? Or?
as you look at, now that you can see all of it, as you look at it closer, that's easier to inspect this way. While it is shrunk, you actually can see various bits of what could have potentially been an animal, maybe like a lizard or a snake, potentially some wild coyote or something. It's really hard to make out as it's all sort of fused into this big unit. Looking at it in this form now, it's kind of hard to tell how it got here, but it looks almost as if it started at the core of the top of the plate. So something was placed and then spread out and then begun to pull from the desert. And then that's how it grew to this shape, basically.
What do you mean by placed?
So let's imagine, let me whip out my amazing little boy. Let's say something, okay. Let's say something like this was like dropped in the desert, right?
Yeah.
And then it senses magic and stuff around it, so it leaches out and grabs onto it, and then it gets bigger, it gets bigger, then it gets bigger, then it keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger until it forms that plate, and then it sees, there's some stone, let me go grab that. Oh, there's an animal, let me go grab that too. You know what I mean?
Not the
Yeah.
animals.
So it sort of looks like that. You can see most...
So it's devouring everything around it.
Correct. Almost drew a penis, but somehow avoided it, hell yeah.
I mean, it could still be a penis. A really weird one.
Oh, definitely. Plenty of animals have plenty of interesting parts.
And how do you know that?
I'm an ecologist.
Yes, let's
That's-
discuss this on stream.
I'm an animalist. I don't know.
I'm an animal lover. Wait, what?
Whoa, no.
Wait a second.
Zoologist. There we go. Choose your next words very carefully.
It's terrible.
Alrighty, so yeah, you can see that this thing is basically just sucking and pulling from everything around it to form this, whatever this thing may be.
All right.
A birthing
The
pod. if you
next
will.
question. Did it seem like it wasn't a divot, right? Something?
Yes, there was a large...
Yes.
The first thing you saw was basically a large depression in the sand, as if something had grown and then hatched, so the eggs are empty, and then the sand kind of just pushed out.
Did it look like it was the divot was created by something falling, or
No, so
did it look like the sand was basically burrowed out from beneath it?
Correct, yeah. It looks almost like
Right.
like quicksand, like something scooped out from under it, and the sand kind of just naturally fell due to gravity. And there's another one of these somewhere off in the distance.
I would like to go off in the distance.
Yes.
Okay.
Very carefully.
Walk off into the sunset.
Okay, as you guys carefully walk up to this, Shadows is side by side with you guys, not necessarily taking the lead, but definitely attempting to keep everyone safe. He's kind of looking around, his eyes are whipping about as he's sniffing at the air and such, and he sort of puts his arms out, stops just short of this depression, and looking around. Everyone go ahead and roll me perception.
Terrible. I see sand.
I see sand more clearly. Kakashi sees everything, and Kiara
Excellent.
sees
I mean-
everything.
Technically, he has disadvantage, but yeah.
Technically, his disadvantage is correct. Fortunately, Kiara also rolled very high. Shadows brought out an umbrella for Kakashi. Looking at this
He doesn't need
depression,
an umbrella. He's massive. He is the umbrella.
he just stands above him.
Become as umbrella.
You can see this is very similar to the first one, but it's not littered with corpses. Shadows must have missed this one and or came up later, and he's looking at it as if this wasn't here when he left initially. He and Steesh kind of look off in the distance, and your whole group does as well, and you don't see any more of these depressions, but
Are these eggs open too, or are they closed?
you would assume so. Shadows sort of pulls his hand back, and you can feel key energy collecting in it as he sort of motions for you guys to get back, and Steesh and Kashi take a step back. He punches forward as a burst of force emanates forth from his fist, pushing most of the sand away. And he looks a bit tired after this, and he kind of like centers himself and then looks down. And it wasn't super effective, but it was effective enough to blow like the first layer of sand off in kind of a quick manner. As we're looking down, we're seeing effectively the same scene: a whole bunch of opened eggs that are now filled with sand. And from your guys' perception check, looking around, we could see what seem to be drag marks moving away from this location.
Which direction?
All directions.
All directions?
Yep. North, east, south, west, everywhere.
Is there one direction where more tracks are leading?
It almost seems as if they intentionally all went in a perfectly separate direction. There's 8 in total.
Uh-huh.
My ears are gonna go very flat.
I'm going to pull up my map again. And see which directions hit something. Interesting.
Well, in general, they're pretty much all going to probably hit something. You can see some of them will most likely head towards potentially. You guys are kind of in the middle of nowhere. Where not in like unknown grounds just yet, but further south, we'll say, is somewhat unknown to us. In the north direction, though, and then west, basically where we came from, there is indeed probably one that could be heading toward Chabi, possibly, but there's stops along the way. There's various mountains and such. You do see, if it were to go completely straight, one of them would eventually end up near the Kuthrakai, which is interesting. Another one could definitely run into one of the UNT camps we've not been to just yet. And depending on if they just run perfectly straight, they could hit most of the notable locations that we've seen so far. So some of them could potentially, one of them, we'll say, could potentially go by one of the temples you guys have recently liberated of its goods.
Right. But it doesn't seem like they're actively homing in on something, basically.
No, if anything, it seems as if they were, I will use the word programmed to just spread, but like perfectly spread. And then maybe from that point, go off. But other than that, they could easily turn and go in some random direction. But it's their intention, their first scuttle seems intentional to not go in the same direction.
Yeah. That makes sense. What is the closest target that will get hit, basically?
The closest one that you guys know about is probably one of the UNT camps.
Guess we're gonna go there.
Yeah, warn them maybe.
Well,
Or clean up the mess. that it
depending
might be.
how, depending on when these ones got out, they probably already reached down.
That's possible. Were they fast shadows?
He thinks for a moment. Fast compared to what?
Us.
Yeah, you, I guess. Did they move like very fast, or were they kind of slow?
Oh, they were slow to me, but well,
He looks at her and like you can tell he's not trying to phrase this very intentionally.
wearing metal armor would.
Yes, I'm a dwarf, I know.
No, I more so meant your armor would slow you down, I would assume.
Yes. Well,
I'm not
it's more so my short, stubby legs, honestly.
You could easily smash one though. You seem quite strong, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. While they are fast, they go down quite easily. I had no issues catching them though.
You what?
I had no issues catching them.
Okay.
That's good at least.
Yes. As I mentioned, but I ran into was quite, well, disappointing to be honest.
Regardless, assuming that these ones came out around the same time that you ran into the other ones, I'm sure it has reached one of the towns already by this point.
Probably, yes.
So I guess we go check it out.
He nods at that and he's just kind of looking over the general horizon, kind of squinting of like, do I see something? Probably not. And she turns back to your group. Well, what's the plan?
I want to look the way she was looking to see if I see anything.
Okay.
You better crit.
Perception. Shit.
That's not a crit.
No, it's not. I wasted those in my fight. Okay.
I would also like to look.
I wouldn't say wasted.
I mean,
Definitely not a waste, but I
Nope.
used them.
it's better to waste them in a fight than waste them in random skill checks.
This is true.
Yeah.
Roll to eat the food. You eat that food. You eat it so good. You eat it at the perfect pace to enjoy it. Y'all don't see anything either. Just lots of desert.
I only see sand anyway, so I'm not gonna check.
Yeah, seems safe for the most part. All right, well then, if we're headed off in the northern direction towards one of the camps, is that the plan?
I think
Yeah.
so.
Looks like it.
All right, sure. And our group begins to head now to the north. Yeah. All right. While this bad boy is loading, let's take a quick BRB, and I'll be right back. I'll just kind of force us all there.
I will also BRB.
Oof, I'm back. Hello?
All right, we're back.
And now we die because that's a big boy.
Should be loaded. Is everybody back?
Yes.
Perfect. The hell's the button? There's the button. You won't die.
Not yet.
Nothing. All right. Alrighty, our group heads to the north. No, it can't. This is in jar. All right, we head northwestish, we'll say, and it does take us a little while. It seems he's definitely taking a safer path. And as you guys are moving about, you do see in the distance what seems to be one of the UNT camps you were told about, and Urit, you recognize it very quickly on your map.
Furious mapping.
Shadow sort of turns to you and looks through and says, all right, how do we want to do this? They're normally known to not necessarily be too aggressive depending on how we approach, but I don't speak their language.
Noth, teach me proper hello etiquette.
Say hi, yeah.
No, but I mean, does it include how to approach?
Yeah, you just go, hey yo, nice dick.
In general,
That's proper UNT etiquette.
yes. So one of the major things that you know, and now that you guys will, except for Kiara, have one of the weapons, you guys just kind of instinctually know. So Kashi, Urit, and Doro, you guys can just, if you talk to them, you can just talk to them. Like they've been part of that knowledge to you. Of course, Kiara, I don't know if you want to, but you can ask your boy to impart the knowledge to you. That's up to you, of course.
My boy.
Mr. Scroll.
Ugh.
He can temporarily help. Or not, that's perfectly fine.
Or he might not.
Or if they speak common, you have no idea. But from what you guys know, and you know this from your studies and such, Kiara, is if you are, attempting to like approach a camp or a town or anything, weapons, it's realistically standard etiquette. Weapons not drawn, preferably not entirely put away because you want to look somewhat not ferocious but capable. If a weakling just randomly walks up and he's like, "Oh, hey guys, you want to play cards?" They'd probably be like, "Piss off." But confidence is definitely important, and be here for a reason. And do not seem too aggressive. You know from what your studies so far, Kiara, I've taught you, you know that much.
Okay.
Waving isn't necessarily something they do either. So you like wave
Yeah,
hello.
I figured.
Yeah. Waving hi is not something you're not going to receive a wave back.
Damn.
So since Satish and Shadows do not speak, you want either looking to you guys.
Well, I don't really know what to say to them. They're not supposed to be super aggressive, right?
From what you gather now, the Najar clan is not known for just like outright ripping people to pieces. Some clans are. Some clans are. But in general, the UNT are indeed civilized folk. They just choose to live on their own. And their squabbles, whether it be over territory or just, who's stronger, it's all very calculated. It's not really entirely too random. So if you're, part of a clan or close by or something, it's essentially to be expected. Also, you guys, do you have vision on this map? Can you see everything? You should be able to, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, that's a double check. Sometimes I load with no vision.
You can see the secrets.
Good.
I see everything.
Excellent. I don't want to hide anything. Look at all my beautiful plants.
Oh my god.
So what's up to all y'all's? What you doing?
I don't want to walk up to the big one because he scares me.
Big one's probably the guard.
So y'all are far enough that you can see various you want to walking around, various snake
I at
folk
least
and
want to make sure that our scrolly friend doesn't have any kind of reaction when he comes in here. Oh, there's a key piece here.
he's just watching. He's just chilling.
That we keep going.
Yeah, he has
I guess,
awarded you no warnings. Check one. How did I write this?
I guess it makes sense to slowly approach and not like immediately enter camp.
Correct. Yes. Running in like a psycho screaming is not exactly the best idea.
Yes. We will make our presence known and wait outside, I guess, or at the border.
Just stand there outside. Be like, hello, where
Look
am
at
I?
them menacingly.
Oh no.
Alrighty.
You're
You're
standing there, looking at us
menacingly. Is anyone in particular leading?
Kakashi is.
The one that's not here.
The one that can't see.
I mean, since
Suck
obviously
my dick.
Doro and Urit know proper approach, I assume with help from their weapons.
I mean, I might be able to speak a little bit of it by now, but
I mean, I will also help speak. I just,
No big words for Kiara.
yeah.
Doro and Urit, you guys can definitely hold a conversation if you need to, though.
all right.
You do know that much. Almost before you asked, you effectively received an answer from both Drac and Karat of like, yeah, we can translate.
Oh, do we want to just ask them if there's been a weird squishy black thing around here recently? I don't know how to word it.
Shatish do it,
I
right?
mean,
Could we show them the
th-
picture?
They apparently want you to be here with a reason, so I guess we should start with that. We have come to investigate what the weird squiggly things.
Okay, just let me know when you guys get close enough to the camp that they can, that they know your intentions to enter.
I don't think our intention is to enter, it's just to talk to someone. I mean, even a guard that just...
I mean, if they want us to enter
That'd
them
be good
to
enough.
speak more, I guess, yeah, but
yeah.
otherwise, not so much.
Okay, so you're coming to like the edge of the camp.
Yeah.
You guys are indeed at the edge of the camp, and there's a lot of eyes on you. Folk are watching because you guys are kind of waffling about a bit, so they're not entirely sure what's going on. One of the larger guards does sort of slither up to your roof, and he stops,
Not the big one.
draws a weapon, and just kind of looks over all of you effectively. And then another one of the smaller ones in like lizard form, bipedal lad, walks on over as well. And they look over you and they say in Yuan-Ti, "What brings you here?"
We came to investigate a little bit. We found one of these weird squishy black things, and I'll hold up the picture that Shatish drew, I guess.
Okay. He very rapidly
Came this way.
slithers over to you. The weapon is not necessarily sheathed, but he's holding it down and away from you. He looks over at your drawing, and the other one is definitely keeping an eye on you guys. He does have his bow drawn. You notice the snake-like figure in front of you has a second weapon, and he's not really going for it. He's like thinking about it as he's kind of quickly looking over your group and looking back to your drawing.
I notice him noticing and just look away.
Okay.
Like,
He
I'm not interested, basically.
he sort of nods to Doro. "You speak our language."
Kind of.
So he tilts his head at that, as if to inquire more.
It's a little complicated.
Okay,
I
he
got
just
a
kinda,
little bit of magical help.
he just slowly looks down at the drawing. "What is this?"
That's the thing that was headed this direction. I
His
wanted
eyes
to know
quickly-
if you had seen it.
Dart to your group. "You bring quite a few here for a simple question."
Well, we were checking out the nest of them, and then we were all here, so we figured we would go, as a group. It's safer to travel the desert in a group.
"This is true." He looks to the bipedal one next to him, and he sort of nods and looking to your guys' group. They seem oddly cautious, actually. Satish and Shadows, they're not like staring them down, but they're trying to look. Their chest they like puffed out, but they're trying not to look. Like, oh, they're looking somewhat confident, kind of just looking at them, and it's not seeming to offend either of these Yuan-Ti. They're definitely watching you guys with intent, but not too aggressively. There's something weirdly cautious about their general stance, though. He still hasn't put the weapon away. And he kind of slithers back a bit.
Is there anything else I can notice from there?
Yeah, I was gonna do
Posture, I
too.
guess.
I'll try perception though.
Perception is to see things. So
Should I try insight?
insight's insight is basically person perception.
You
if
could
you wanna
use
see it
perception
that way.
to like find out if there was any markings
Yeah.
in the camp that was a fight or something, I guess.
Yeah, so perception would be to look at the camp itself, or realistically look at him, like what's on him. So are you looking for something in particular, Kiara?
Basically what it said.
Okay.
I want to see if there's a reason why they're acting a little wary, or if maybe that's just them. I don't know.
Okay. Looking around, you can see as if there might have been a scuffle recently. While you do see plenty of footprints and slither marks and such, you see some plants have been upended. Semi recently, you think, and it's difficult to make out. But you do see some figures are watching you guys from up top, this upper area. So you guys are definitely drawn the attention of this camp. Kind of thinking and just looking over each of you. What you can gather is they're not necessarily scared of it. They're more on edge because either they were recently attacked or something along those lines. So this is on edge with good reason.
Right.
They're
being like what's the word for it? Alert.
correct. They're very much alert, as it would be foolish to, well, not be. And he slithers back a bit and sort of taps your book with his blade.
You may put that away. Are you here to save us from this creature?
I mean, if it was actually here, yeah. What was it here?
He slithers back and he's been more low to the ground. As his body rises, you see the full extent of how large this thing is. It is really big.
He's a big boy.
He's a very thick boy. He easily towers over you, and almost as if he's trying to show off, he looks down upon you. You can tell he's flexing a little as he draws the second blade and spins both of them and sort of smirks a bit.
Yes,
I don't think they need our help.
we were assaulted by this beast, but we were able to dispatch of it quickly.
Alright, well that's good.
I would have hoped so. This guy, and I'll point at Shadow, took out at least 8 of them. Alone.
He quickly slithers around you, Doro, and looks over to Shadows. Satish kind of just steps off the side, and Shadows just sort of gives him a nod and says,
Truly? Quite interesting.
you can see that he's just sort of looking over his body, kind of quickly just judging him, and he whips back to where his location was.
Yes. We were more so hoping to find out whether you, well, whether your clan knows anything more about these creatures. As you can see, I'm not exactly, what's the word, fuck, accustomed to the desert and the creatures in it.
There's a strange sound of leather rubbing on itself, and you probably him laughing. It's just like a
Yes, I can see that. This is not a creature I am aware of. Our leader might know more, but he's somewhat preoccupied.
That's understandable. We did, however, find out something about this creature.
Do tell.
Maybe we could trade information.
He tilts his head slowly and sheaths both of his weapons.
Go on.
We have a reason to believe that these creatures are a start of something bigger.
He nods at that.
I live here and have not seen a creature like this before. Dispatched
Yes.
easily but strangely aggressive.
Yes, you have not seen it in your time. What I'm seeing is they have probably been here before a long, long time ago.
He does another quick nod at that.
Basically, I'm gauging how much he is able to say about the subject, basically, or how much he knows.
You're not sure if he's intentionally holding back or he just doesn't know. This entire time, his eyes are just jumping at all of you. Like he's taking as much information as he possibly can. He doesn't seem unimpressed.
This might be something more pressing to discuss with your leader.
This is true. This is true. Have you any proof of this thing's potential disastrous outcome?
Look at Kiara. You have the book with you?
Oh. Sure. I will carefully pull the book out of my bag. Slowly, so I'm not looking like I'm about to attack or anything.
Okay.
I will flip to the page, hold it out. Have book.
Did you say have book?
Have book.
Yeah, point to it. Shows creature.
Okay, you say all that correctly, and he nods and looks to Endoro.
She's not as eloquent as the two of you.
She did
doesn't
not have
have
any magical guidance, so to speak.
I will
She
say,
knows assistance.
learning hard way.
He nods at that, and you're handing the book out for him to look at.
Yeah,
Okay, like to take from you.
yeah.
Okay. So he reaches out, not really scared or anything. He just reaches out and kind of grabs it and begins to flip through it. He turns to the cover and looks at it and looks at you guys. And turns to the first page, starts like flipping through it, and then he goes back to the page you guys were on. And the other one seems somewhat interested, but he kind of pushes him away. Turns it back and hands it to you, Kiara.
Intriguing. Where did you acquire this tome?
I'm never gonna keep track of their names.
Yiltesh Temple.
Uh, Giltesh, or was that
No, it was Rukal, I think. Wait, was it?
Rock?
I don't know anymore.
Well, I
Yiltesh.
it was Urok. Are you guys telling him where you got it from?
Yeah.
That's the one.
Okay.
There's so many
He-
names.
Kind of nods and goes,
3 is too many.
I can jump down the notes for you guys later. Actually, I think I did. I forgot. Anyway, I can't later. Not a big deal. He sort of nods slowly and goes, He kind of knows what that means.
Did you...
He folds his arms.
I'm not sensing aggression from your group. Your intentions are true. Not here to battle.
I shake my head.
Nope.
So it is my understanding that you take great honor in battling each other.
He nods.
It is not why we are here.
Yes, there is a certain rhythm to it, though. A purpose and a reason. We do not seek needless violence. Some of your kind do.
Yes,
He-
I heard.
He's still looking across all of you.
You'll excuse me, I am not used to faces such as your... Oh. You may...
Doro, change. Do it.
That will freak him out.
He's kind of just looking around you guys, and he seems to be mostly convinced.
If you wish to meet our leader, you may. Just know, one single misstep, and I'm sure I don't need to say what will happen to you.
I'm sure the battle will be legendary.
He smiles.
Will all 6 of you be joining? I noticed the 2 in the back are quite silent.
Sadly enough, they did not have the pleasure of learning your language.
I see. Well, they may join if they wish. He motions to the Yuan-Ti next to him and he sort of moves off to the side. Follow me, please. And as you guys begin to walk through the town, you see that while you guys are currently the center of attention, there is quite a lot going on. You see plenty of trade. You hear various crude jokes being told. People are they're just living their life here. You see plenty of shops. They're selling various fruits and weapons and just things of that nature. People are they're hanging out. Seeing that your group is coming in with no issue, any tension that was initially there has seemingly dissipated, we'll say. We're going to go here. All right, he stops here, and he moves forward. You guys get the feeling that you should definitely wait back here, basically where it is.
That was the plan.
Yeah. And he sort of taps on the tent flap, and you hear sort of like a rustling about, and you hear a quick something. You don't really know what it is, but you hear a quick something kind of just shouted between the two, more so like a harsh whisper. So he puts his hand in the tent, pushes it to the side, and you can see it's a little hard to make out. It's like a lot of these tents are just shops and various market fronts and such, and they're actually all quite nice looking. A lot of the food is very, very fresh. The weapons look like they're well made, honestly, and everyone looks relatively happy here. As he opens this, you can tell while his living quarters, it's just a flash, but while they're not opulent, they are quite nice. You see various golds and silvers and things of that nature. And he moves off to the side, and you see what you would presume is their leader comes walking out. And this Yuan-Ti to the left motions to the very large bipedal Yuan-Ti that walks out. He's almost a little too tall for his tent, actually. He kind of has to duck under the entryway. As he kind of looks over your group, he is absolutely jacked. This dude is absolutely huge. Let's see, did I actually have art for him? I don't think I did. Damn it. So he's a thick boy. He's basically like Hulk, but like a shark. Not shark, sorry. Like a lizard Hulk. Effectively, he's freaking huge. He might have skipped leg day. His legs are not quite as beefy, but his arms, he could easily just like pop your head if he wanted to. He looks over your group and kind of like snarls, but just like a
What? They wish to speak with you. They claim they have information for us. So be it.
He turns and opens the tent flap and motions for you to come on in.
This is where we get eaten.
And we never left the tent.
At the end of a rather long table, you see a chair that is perfectly sized for him. And he motions for all of you to effectively sit in chairs that are sized in various ways. I think you guys can see his name if you hover over. Yeah, you should be able to.
Yeah.
Cool. He quickly sits down, kind of rolls his neck, and he was working on something. He drinks out of a mug that is both wood and metal and kind of slams it on the table.
May I offer you refreshments?
Do I have the sense that accepting this is part of a test or something? Or?
Yeah, and I will look at Urit and Duro for confirmation on that exact question.
Honestly, this just seems like a standard offer of just refreshments. Your inner voice is not telling you no. I mean, realistically, you know it is proper to accept food, especially in drink, especially in the desert.
I will say, yes, please.
Sure. Whatever you got.
He nods at that and kind of slowly stands up and then lumbers on over to a large keg.
Water or something harder.
Harder, huh?
Hmm.
I will repeat that word.
You say the word harder.
Yeah.
Okay. Your pronunciation is a bit strange. You're not sure
He
if
thinks
it.
you're making advances at him.
Hmm.
He kind of he looks at you a little weird. Not used to our tongue, little one.
Learning.
He clears his throat. I can speak common if you wish.
Holy shit.
Oh, that works.
Sure.
If
I
it
mean,
is not too much to ask.
listening to you speak has been interesting as far as learning goes. So, whichever you are comfortable with, great sir.
He nods at that.
It's actually a woman.
What?
You don't know.
You don't know.
No, I did actually inside check to see what kind of feel I got from this person, basically. As in, did he seem like the more intellectual type?
The more they're speaking, the more you are getting that sense. Their very quick switch to common was like, oh shit, okay. It was very clear.
Hence my holy shit.
Yeah.
That was in character.
Yes. He doesn't seem offended that you said holy shit. As usually some of the UNT are very like old school. They refuse to speak common. Others have sort of relented's the wrong term. More so for business opportunity and such. It is better to be able to communicate with outside clans. And well, it'd be foolish to not be able to do so, as you guys have met, a couple UNT that just speak English just fine. Common just fine. So while this person could very much pop your head like a grape, you get the feeling that they're a decent balance between.
Oh, by the way, I have been admiring his glorious muscles. Just FYI.
Perfect.
Oh god.
He's musclier than your boy, so he's quite large.
Oh yes, I have been admiring quite a bit.
Yeah, he's very 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 big. Looking at him, he's a bit aggressive looking.
That's all right.
Every movement you see his muscles straining under his scales.
Ooh.
And every time he opens his mouth, just absolutely gnarly gnashing teeth flash. But he's not trying to scare you. This is just the way he looks.
Yeah, I figured.
Looking around the room, you can see various maps, battle plans. You see a lot of what seems to be potential business deals that this person's working on. So yes, actually, you'd say this person's fairly intellectual. They go and they pour one frothy drink that is sort of like a darkish green, and he puts that on the table and looks to the rest of you. And now he's speaking in common. Both Satish and Shadows just say, "Water's fine." Yes, water.
Yeah, I'll just have some water.
Did he put that in front of me?
It's on the table. He'll move it to you in a second.
Okay.
For my kind, alcohol is like water, so give me some of that.
He smiles at that one and pours a second of the hard. And for everybody else, he prepares some water, and he sort of slides them across the table to you guys, and then lumbers back over to sit down. The mugs actually slide quite easily across this table, almost as if they were designed to do so. And unless you are somewhat distracted or fumble your drink, they are fairly easy to catch, as he did not launch them to you with any sort of extreme force. He sits down in what could potentially be a somewhat larger chair, but this will have to do for now. And they take another sip at their drink and put it down, looking at each of you. What did you wish to discuss today?
It is my understanding that you have been attacked by a creature recently.
He sort of laughs at that, and you turn, and you actually see that you've somehow missed it. There is a pike, basically, in the back of the room. You can see it better at this angle. There's various bobs and such that are probably in the way, like bookshelves and such. You see that he actually prepared a pike with this thing impaled on it. I was about to put that out.
Oh, that's it.
Yep. There you'll have it.
He grunts, looking back to you. And what is this thing?
Well, it's probably better to not beat around the bush. You seem like a man of action. Supposedly, it's called an Arbinger.
He nods. Of
The
what?
Devourer.
He stops sort of mid-sip at that and then slowly puts his mug down and looks over your whole group. Say again?
According to this book, and I'll point at the book that Kiara's probably still holding.
Yeah, I'll flip to the page.
He'll sort of tap the table, and you can tell he wants it.
I'll pass it over.
Okay, you slide it over, and he kind of quickly snatches it up, and he just like through the pages and stops on the one with the picture and looks at, and he's splitting his attention between both the book and you. All right.
According to this book, these creatures are the, well, first wave of attack, so to speak, for the Great Devourer. We have
He
reason
nods-
to believe that it's waking up.
He nods slowly at that. He kind of daintily closes the book. His hands are too big for it. He puts it back down and kind of like flick pushes it back to your group, and it comes a little too quick. Roll sleight of hand, not sleight of hand shit. Roll just dexterity, Kiara.
Dexterity
Oh.
save or die.
Oh, is it dex save or just dex?
Just dex. The
Take
should
10
be the same thing for you.
damage.
The book comes at you pretty quickly, but you're able to put your
I was eyeballing it real hard.
yeah you're eyeballing real hard.
Must
So you put your drink
protect the
down fast enough, and you catch it, no problem. And he kind of like almost nods in apology, you would assume, at how quickly he just flung that thing toward you, but quickly passes over it.
He's too strong for his own strength, don't know.
This is problematic.
Quite.
Very.
That should be buried deep in legend, dead. Where did you find this?
The book?
He sort of waves his hand like maybe, but not necessarily. Creature, have you found others? Where?
I'll point in a general direction. Ley line.
Approximately however many miles away. I assume we have an
Yeah.
estimate, right?
About
Probably.
yeah. And Shadow's like goes to speak up and realizes probably can't help, and Satish kind of backs you guys up on its general location. He slowly kind of nods at that. He thinks for a moment. We have heard.
Yeah, I'll just pull out my map actually.
Okay. He looks at your map, and it's well drawn, so he can read it pretty easily, and kind of nods to himself like, shit. And he leans back in his chair, and he's thinking. We recently heard word from another clan. Issues with their crops. Not growing at the usual rate. Trade has been down, so they've had to hold them to themselves. Not that I can fault them.
Nod.
He's thinking to himself.
Which clan would this be?
The Oscar clan.
Oh, I should have drawn a map, right?
Yep.
I'll take a quick
that's-
glance to see how close that is to the seal thing that Tranquil Needle made. His tap, basically.
Relatively close. It's somewhere near the first temple y'all went to, the first one, the Recall Temple, and it's one of the ones that, along with this camp, that's my brain is not working sometimes. That you were basically asked if you could bring back information on these nice plans you'll be paid for. So both of these were brought up near the beginning. Basically, if you could sneak in and get some info and sneak back, but so far you guys aren't really having too many issues with this. He's pretty willing to give information, as you guys were very willing to give it to him. And what you guys are telling him tracks with what he has been experiencing. And he tells you, we've seen signs. And he kind of sort of snarls and licks his teeth, thinks for a second, and looks up. He
kind of lumbers up and walks over across the room, grabs one of his books that's better sized to his hands, looks through it real quick, turns it and points, and then it is very much written in his local language, so a little hard to make out. Three of you can kind of read it, but not. And you can tell that this is like a charter for trade, for things being moved between clans and whatnot. And you can see that the numbers are going down.
I thought this is a coincidence, but there might be some merit in their complaints.
Do they know
Around,
why their crops are failing?
He shakes his head no.
Around when did the numbers start going down?
A few months back, maybe one,
Thanks.
40 or so cycles. Days.
So almost a month and a half.
I'll do
nods.
some mental
Which-
gymnastics to calculate if that coincides with Chabi's
Ye-
request, basically.
Yeah.
It's pretty damn close.
And then we know the mayor did his thing right before he called us in, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So this lines up almost perfectly with that.
That's kind of a fast result.
I'm going to nod deep in thought. That
If we're
seems to line
sharing-
up with other, events.
He nods.
Do tell.
No, I was just saying, basically. I'm not gonna tell him about
Our little pond, yeah.
He sort of looks over your group.
we've just seen different kinds of things start happening in this desert. Is actually the reason why we're here.
Such as?
Well, we were called to support a town that was being attacked more frequently. You might have heard of it, Chabi.
Sort of thinks a bit.
They're relatively close, yes. They've offered us no trouble, we'll say.
Yes. They've made it clear that they are, well, cautious. They do not wish to offend, let's see.
Understandable. We do not wish for any form of all-out war. If you do not mind,
You notice that he's been staring at you guys almost too intently this entire time, like he's trying to extract something from you. I'm not entirely sure what.
would you happen to know of a group that is, let's say, stirring up trouble?
We've heard
my
rumors,
my
and I'll
ears will
look at
prick up.
Kiara.
Stirring up trouble, how?
I've heard various rumors. Not time to get out in the field myself, as I'm sure you can understand. I take care of my own first. But, well,
He motions outside to his guard.
you'll have to excuse his cautious nature. They are merely alert, as we've heard of various groups going about. Violent groups. Some plunging into our past, destroying temples, needlessly slaughtering our kind for sport.
Do you have any descriptions of these individuals?
I do not, merely their bloodlust.
I am familiar with an individual in the area that I am currently seeking revenge on, but I am not sure what sorts of trouble he's causing. I doubt it's good, but I'm not sure if it's what you're of what you describe exactly.
He nods in thought at that, just kind of mulling it over.
I will keep that in mind. I have heard of other local clans that potentially ran into it. It, they, whatever it might be. Of course, you hear rumors, but it does not hurt to be cautious.
Absolutely.
From my understanding, if you happen to run into a man with a What was it?
Centipede.
Centipede.
A metallic centipede? Do not trust a word he says.
He narrows his eyes at that, but sort of nods.
Thank you.
And that seemed like a pretty, like, I wouldn't say heartfelt, but very genuine. And that is very, very specific. He jots something down after you.
So is this close to Shun Hill, or is it in the opposite direction?
Opposite direction. Shooting's pretty far away.
Okay, if he comes this far, we think he may be coming from the west. Well, if he comes this far, then he's probably passed by us already.
It hurts us not to be cautious.
No, and if he does wander around this way, I would greatly appreciate a message of some kind.
He chuckles at that.
I'll be honest, little one. If someone of that nature dares show their face here, there will be no time for a message.
Fair enough.
We could send you pot if you wish.
My ears perk up again. I'll take any proof that he's dead. Though I would prefer to do it with my own hands, as long as the deed is done.
He nods. If we find him, I'll send you his cold, dead heart.
I laugh.
I laugh awkwardly.
I know. I laugh a little gleefully.
That's not ominous at all.
Shaz isn't sure what's going on, but Satish is kind of laughing at almost like you're not manic obsession with this, but like you're almost a little too into it. And
I mean, I want him dead, so yes.
of course. Set kind of hits the table and laughs a bit more at that. Looks around your group.
I've not had a conversation with outsiders in quite some time. As I'm sure you could imagine, our appearances are, well, deceiving.
Yes. We've also been trying to respect boundaries.
You get used to it, honestly.
He nods and says,
I initially had a thought. But allow me to ask, since we're being so honest, where did you receive that book?
Oh. We took it from the What's-Its temple.
Urak.
When you
Right.
say took, you mean...
We conquered it.
Yeah,
Which
we
is, from
battled
my
their,
understanding, a honorable thing to do.
he nods.
And with the proper, we'll say, niceties observed.
to our knowledge. Karth didn't seem upset.
His brow raises at that.
Oh?
Second, please. I'll very slowly take out my Warhammer.
Okay.
Or the Stonebreaker.
Mhm.
This guy at least seems to not mind all that much.
Yeah, I'll take out my bow as well. Leave it
Kakashi
as
does the
one.
same. He spins the blades in his hands and kind of holds them out. And Set looks over you guys' weapons, and he can tell they are definitely 100% UNT made. And all three of these spirits takes him a second, but they're able to effectively fully show themselves, and they sort of give him like a diagonal nod of like a yes, and he sort of mimics the same diagonal nod back at them, and looks back to your group.
Good. Was hoping you weren't the one I was hearing about. One does not simply stumble across a book of that nature.
It was a good thing we found this book, though.
I value these books quite a lot, so yeah.
Excellent. The one I heard of was mostly doing this for. He snarls and spits the word fun.
You can definitely sense there is some heat in him now, but he calms down a bit after that, and then sort of rolls his neck.
Since we're being so honest, anything else we can share with you?
I'll kind of look around. Well, seeing as you are a learned man, makes sense that you're the chief.
In odds.
Now we've been hired, so to speak, to protect the town and help it grow. And honestly, from what I can see, I wouldn't be against the idea of facilitating trade, so to speak.
His eyes light up at that.
Of course,
Oh,
I do
yeah.
not have the
Ooh,
power for
yeah.
this. You would
That's a
have
good
to
point.
actually meet someone from a village who has that power.
Okay. When you mention trade, his eyes light up, almost as if you took the words from his very mouth. And he laughs at that.
I was about to suggest the very same. I could send an emissary back with you.
That would be very useful. I'm sure at least one person in our village would be very excited.
He sort of nods happily at that. You guys seem to be on the same wavelength. And both Shadows and Satish seem very impressed with you guys. Like, wow, okay. We did not expect the conversation to go this way. they're even though he's speaking in common, they're trying to stay out of the conversation just because it's y'all know what you're doing.
Kind of.
Would you also be able to introduce us to the tribe experiencing crop issues?
I can send word if you're in the neighborhood. So it is said. Your names, or your clan's name.
I am Kiara.
I'll
I'm
bow my
Doro.
head a little. Urit Stonebreaker.
And he looks to each of you. After Kakashi kind of spins his blades and sheaths them. Kakashi. He looks at the rest of them and goes,
How fortuitous for us to meet. I shall send word, and he will be expected.
Thank you. I'd like to see if those creatures actually are affecting the crops and how.
Yes, if we could eradicate this problem, it would be appreciated.
It would be best to do so before it gets worse, so to speak.
Yes.
He nods at that. Arms folded, but not in an aggressive way, just kind of tapping and kind of jamming. Just he's getting it.
Well, if we're all finished up here, I was previously occupied with something.
It was an honor to meet you.
We will not hold you any longer then.
He stands again and sort of pushes his chair out and walks over, holding the tent's flap open as he motions for you to leave.
Likewise. Please, go in peace.
I'll finish the last of my drink and exit.
Right.
I walk out.
And as he says go in peace, the Yuan-Ti outside hears that and then nods back. He almost felt as if that was sort of a sign to him of they're good people. And you notice as you walk out first, or that he did have his weapon unsheathed, but he quickly sheathes it as he says, basically, y'all are good.
I'll nod.
And oops. As you guys skedaddle on outward, you do hear him go back and sort of shuffle around with something and push his chair back in and begin to read or do what he will. And this Yuan-Ti looks at you all and goes,
Well, that seemingly went well.
Very.
Very.
Yes.
How excellent for you. I assume your time here is expired?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
he almost begrudgingly says this. You get the feeling that while he does trust his leader, he's still somewhat on edge.
you know the way. You may leave as you wish.
And he
There's an embassy coming with us, right?
emissary will either be it can go with you now if you wish, they can, or they will be sent there.
I was
Doesn't
fine.
matter to me.
I mean, it'd be easier for him to come with us, right?
Probably.
Probably.
Is this Yuan-Ti speaking common or?
He's speaking Yuan-Ti.
I will say, we wait emissary?
He sort of tilts his head at that and then like slithers on back to the tent. Pops in after he says something. You hear him say something really quick and he pops back out and then nods, and you see him kind of look around the town quickly and kind of like wave down somebody in the strange like chopping motion, and then they see it and they hop on over. And another one of the bipedal Yuan-Ti walk up to your group and he sort of nods at each of you. Hello.
Hello.
He's speaking common.
Okay.
Hello. I am Kiara. Who are you? What is your name?
What will we call you?
My name is Zotu.
It is nice to meet you, Soltu. Are you ready to travel the desert?
He thinks for a second and says, "Oh, we leave now?"
We can leave when you're ready. We are just done with our business in the town.
Oh, yes, yes. He looks over to the larger Yuan-Ti that he was just speaking with, and he pretty much nods to him saying, like, "You're good to go." And he kind of goes like, "Okay," like that's very sudden. We have a trade to be doing?
Yes.
Oh, good. And he sort of smiles at that. It's a little awkward, but
Diplomacy.
precisely. He puts his hands out almost as if he's like mimicking like a showmaster or something, and says, "Right this way." And he leads you guys out of the camp. Different direction, but all the same. Onward and upwards. And you guys had, like, as mentioned, you had like through a market, and he's kind of showing off, almost attempting to show you guys what they offer. Various items that are sold here, various imports, exports, things of that nature. You hear music played on some instruments you've actually never seen before. It's actually quite interesting. Seeing you walk down the streets with this gentleman, you're not getting any strange looks. Word travels fast here, and it's likely that the second you guys enter here, everyone knew you were here. But rather than getting odd looks, you're getting sort of just nods and I don't want to say welcoming, but just sort of they're checking you guys out. Not in an aggressive way, though.
Yeah.
Alrighty, and with that is our next journey back to the town. It is getting a little bit late.
Well, it should be faster, right?
Yes, we will be taking the direct route this time.
Yeah, you at this point, you guys can definitely take a more direct route, and you guys won't be there at night, but it'll be sundown. Shouldn't need a copy paste all y'all. Well, you ain't this bad boy though. You guys leave off. I think we left off inside the tavern. We did. Boop. Activate. Just vacuums everybody on in. Already. And as your group heads back to Chabi, you're greeted by a few folk at the entryway, and there's a few stares at this new person. Nothing too strange though. You guys have been bringing back people pretty frequently, and everyone trusts you by this point. They just weren't expecting you to come back with somebody.
Oh yeah.
Satish and Shadow sort of give you guys a look of, all right, well, that was fun, I guess. Well, maybe not fun, but interesting.
Definitely interesting. Thank you for the guide.
Yeah, no problem. I'll stay on the lookout for, well, various things for you guys. As we do.
Please.
Not to be, that person, but as a reminder, the week is about over, so we'll need payment again soonish.
Sure. We'll remind the mayor. And let us know if he doesn't do it on time. But I see no reason why he won't, just in case.
All right, just let you know. And she sort of walks off, and Shadows gives you guys a quick bow as he also walks off to his room.
So we'll take him to the mayor, obviously, right? Or someone else for trade.
The new lad,
I think
Yeah.
it's probably best if we first introduce him to Tranquil Needle,
probably.
but probably also have like Suharto with us.
Okay. So then I guess we'd pick up Suharto first.
Up to y'all. Let me know. Go to
guess
Suharto and the mayor, probably.
Yeah.
Yes,
Cool, cool,
we'll
cool.
go to Suharto first, pick him up, and go to the mayor basically.
Um.
I mean, I guess Dancing Lance and Jolly could also come, but it's more of a town meeting kind of thing, I guess.
Sure.
Diplomacy.
Diplomancy. I'm a diplomancer.
Exactly.
Will he know what the pond is
The
when he
worst
sees
kind of
it?
magic.
The new guy?
Yeah.
Probably not.
If
He
he's
just sees.
magically inclined, he might be able to feel some power from it, but
Yeah, it's not something that instantly bites out to you, but upon seeing it, his brow raises like, oh wow, how the hell did you guys do this? More so impressed that you guys have a very lush garden just growing slap dab in the middle of a desert town. That's not very common. I mean, oases are, but this is different. It's very obviously different.
I'm gonna smile at him and point to it. There's a whole inn and restaurant underneath there.
He turns to you shocked.
We'll show you later.
Okay. All right, and we'll say you guys head towards. You gather up Suharto. Say someone calls for Jolly, and you guys all meet in the mayor's place. And you'll have a sit down, and the mayor seems
I
pretty
would
happy.
probably pick up Tranquil Needle and like while we're going here, or at least in his house and in privacy, get him up to date with like what things that happened.
All right, so he it's a lot of information, but he kind of jots down what he can, and then stores the rest in the old brain.
Are we bringing the UNT to the restaurant and having Tranquil meet us there? Is that what you're saying?
Looks like it, unless we're going to meet at Tranquil's house.
Wherever
It's
you
also
want,
an
just for convenience sake. Most of the tokens are here anyway, so I'll just throw them here. Doesn't matter too much.
I mean, I was thinking Tranquil's house since it's more private.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
we'll-
guess.
yeah, sure. We'll say we're in the mayor's house then. Saves the loading screen.
Sure.
Alrighty. Tranquil invites everybody on in. He doesn't give an odd look to the newcomer, but he's just still somewhat like, how'd you guys convince someone to come back with you? To look more of a surprise than anything else. And he offers everybody drinks and seat. Did you guys say Jolly was coming too?
I mean, trade is involved, so food is also involved, probably.
Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned, you guys saw plenty of very unique foods and potentially just like materials and methods that you've definitely not seen Jolly utilize before. So, lots of new stuff. And after everyone is seated, we'll say Tranquil takes the head seat and kind of looks over at everybody and says, "All right then, well, the floor is all yours, I assume."
Well,
Are-
I
are-
already updated you about the results of our mission, I guess.
He nods along, sort of expecting that, and very impressed that you guys were able to, figure out this much this quickly.
Well, as we were discussing the happenstances with the leader of the... I forgot the name already. Najin?
The-
No, that was a different one. That was the Oscar, right?
The Najar clan, the one you guys just
Najar.
talked to.
Yeah.
We talked to Najar. Okay.
Yeah.
But we were discussing with the Najar clan. And as it turns out, they had interest in opening trade relationships with us.
Yeah, I updated the name of the token. If you finger over it, you can see it.
And name is not displayed.
Yeah, we
Really?
can see it now.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, damn
It's
it!
hidden.
Changed. Yeah, there we go. Hover by anyone. There we go.
Yes, that's it.
Some of the auto updates whenever I paste, it redoes certain things.
Yeah,
The trade gentleman holds his hand out kind of awkwardly to shake Tranquil's hand, and Tranquil slowly reaches out and shakes his hand. Very nice to meet you, sir. Your name? I am Zolthu Najar. Yeah, he sort of nods. Wonderful, wonderful. You are the trade emissary for the Najar clan, yes? He nods at that. Quite. Well, you're more than welcome to our town, of course.
Is he staying here, or is he swinging by? It is somewhat late. Jolly, I assume he can stay somewhere in one of your rooms? Jolly sort of nods. Yes, of course. Ah, well, yes. Most of your dealings will be with Suharto, Dancing Lance, and our friend Jolly Beast here. If you do not mind, of course, you may speak with me, but more directly, I would prefer you speak with them, as it is their business. I am the mayor. And the new guy just kind of nods along and is like, all right. And he kind of awkwardly holds out his hand again to Suharto, and Suharto very, very eagerly takes his hand and shakes it. Says, oh, wonderful to meet you. Very, very wonderful to meet you. Ah, you are quite beautiful. Yes. Very nice looking. The shade of your
Raise eyebrow.
Your scales is very nice. He's a good looking gentleman, isn't he? And he's kind of looking like, yeah, right? Yeah. And Jolly sort of just like sighs and just gives me a quick wave. Nice to meet you. All right. Well, as it is somewhat late, I guess I could stay and we could make trade later.
Sure. We can show you the underwater inn.
His eyes light up again at that.
Let us show you what our town can offer you.
He seems quite excited, and he actually has a little like side satchel pack that he quickly undoes and basically gets a little sheet of paper that he like whips out, and he's like ready to jot things down, just taking notes and such. Whenever's most convenient for you guys, of course.
I think we can do a tour now and discuss details later. Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Sure.
Give him time to like think of trade deals, whatever.
Yeah, definitely.
Get to meet people.
Suharto sort of gives me a quick bow. Well, if that's all you'll be needing from me, fine, sir. I will be in our shop, and you may swing by whenever you wish. We have plenty of wonderful things for you, and if we don't have it, I can easily get it for you. And he kind of, right? Sure. And he bows again, and then excuses himself from the table, unless you guys needed something from him. Right. Okay. He sort of pieces
I do
out.
technically have something for him, but it's fine.
Okay. He's outside basically. And Lothu kind of turns to you guys. He's very eccentric.
Oh,
What?
yeah. But when he says he can get you anything, he can probably get you anything.
Oh, good. We don't trade with non-UNT very often.
Yes. So just being in communication with Suharto will open up your trade options.
Oh, good.
If you see past his weirdness, that is.
Sort of shrugged. Everyone's weird in their own way.
True.
And Drinkle kind of looks over everyone. Well, if there's anything else we need to discuss, we very well can. But other than that, I think we are mostly adjourned.
For now.
Wonderful. Orit, Kakashi, Kiara, Dora, I greatly appreciate all the info you have been bringing to me. I have been on the side doing a bit of research, looking into, let's say, our problem. You catch what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I'll contact you if I find any solutions.
Okay. Oh, that reminds me.
Yes.
Our recent employees are needing payment soon. The week is almost up.
But of course. I will arrange that soon.
Please do so. They've been very helpful.
Oh, of course. I would never, ever snub anyone payment.
If you do need a little extra for the first few weeks, let us know and we can chip in.
Oh, well, I do very much appreciate that, Kiara. I most likely will not, but I will let you know if it is required.
Okay.
He smiles at that, and Jolly sort of nods.
Sounds like business is booming.
It is about to. As I mentioned before, the influx of customers that you brought us with, Jolly's fine dining, and he smiles over to Jolly, and Jolly kind of shrugs like, yeah, it's been pretty good. It's quite helped. some folk have even decided to stay. Oh, more denizens. Yes, exactly. That might be growing a bit too fast, but I will say this, and he actually looks pretty excited. We're able to utilize the new design that you all able to bring to us in some of the new buildings that we are renovating, we'll say.
Ooh, that's good.
Yes, we're able to build it directly in. We don't need to go back and tear any walls down or anything. It is actually quite efficient. Those... he's not really sure what to say in front of this new gentleman. The information that you procured, your group, that is, it's definitely going to help. And, well, I was thinking we might actually be able to sell it to other towns. So that could help too.
Wait, what is he talking about?
The information regarding
The
fixing up our
anti-Kuthrik
buildings.
rod
Yes.
thingies.
Yeah, he kind of winks at you guys.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. The patented stonebreaker.
I mean, those will help a lot of people.
Oh, of course. And anything to assist our town, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But besides all that, you're all dismissed unless you have anything you wish to discuss with me. I was actually about to sit down for dinner. So.
Yeah, okay. Have a good dinner.
Yes, you too. And he excuses your group. And Zolthu was kind of eagerly staring at Kiara.
Tavern first. Are you, by any chance, hungry?
Very much so, yes. I didn't get a chance to eat before I left.
Weird question. I admit I'm not actually sure, so I'm sorry if this might come off as rude, but you're carnivore?
He nods.
You ever had wyvern meat?
Thinks about it? Yes. It wasn't cooked very well.
Ah, our cook cooks it very well.
Eyeballs over to Jolly, and he kind of puffs his chest out and gives him a smile and nods, and both looks pretty exciting. Goes, all right, cool.
Let's go, Jolly.
Jolly leads the way, and as you guys walk up to the steps, the waters part, leaving them completely dry. A wall of water to your left and to your right, and Zolthu's just like, oh, what? And uncharacteristically of Jolly, he takes a step back for a second, and the water drops. He takes a step forward and opens up again, and
I'm snickering now.
jaw closed, and the jaw immediately open again, and he's just like, how? Jolly very proudly walks down his steps, opens the tavern, and interestingly, Doro, you actually hear someone playing one of the songs you played the other night.
Ooh.
What
Not as
the-
good.
Toss a coin to your witcher.
It's not as good, but it's very close.
Who's on stage? It better
Uh,
not be Drone.
No, it's not Jern, but you do.
God.
You see Jern chilling and kind of just waiting, and as you guys walk in, he kind of gives you all a wave. But you do see one of the locals is actually on stage, and they're playing on a lute, and you see someone else with like sort of a drum, providing like a background beat, and it's nice. It's very relaxing. It's very soothing.
I will wave at Droon and escort our guest to a table.
All right. He has a sit down. Droon scoops his plate up very happily and like whips around the table really quick, and makes it very much known that he wants to sit here, not necessarily in a rude way, just in a, like, I'm sitting here kind of way. And he's like, okay, fine, I'll scoot in then.
Hey, Droon.
He flops down and gives you guys a very
Are you
quick.
casually gonna name drop him like that?
Yeah, I am.
Right.
He has a very quick and curt wave of his. Aye. How are we all doing? Kind of smashes his plate, not smashes, but like almost a little too excited. He puts his plate down. Food
We're
jumps a
good.
bit.
Surprisingly wet.
We're actually looking to broker a trade deal with this. I don't remember his
Majar.
name. I'm gonna say his name.
He mouse over his token.
Yeah, if you mess over his token, you see his name.
Oh.
Magic.
Zolthu.
Yeah.
Zolthu. We're looking to broker a trade deal with Zolthu of the Hajar here.
He turns and kind of smirks. No shit. And Zolthu kind of just slowly nods at him. Druin is quite large and like he's not taking too much of the seat, but he's almost sitting a little too close to him, and he kind of scoots away a little bit and says, and he nods. And
Droon very happily waves to Jolly as Jolly is going to the back to make some food for all. Jolly waves back, and he heads back there to begin cooking and such. And as he does, Droon looks back to you and says, well, he looks over each of you. You mentioned something along the lines of a fight in our near future. Yes.
Scorpion, yes.
Silly nods that one. Yes, yes. And when will this be happening?
I'll look at the group.
Well, we did get slightly distracted by something that came up, but we can probably still take it down somewhere this week.
Yeah. I mean, there's only one place that we should probably visit sooner rather than later, but after that, that Scorpion's on my hit list.
Okay, he sort of twirls his like beard, mustache combination hair in one of his claws and smiles like this. Perfect. Well, I'm here and kind of he's tapping at the table, maybe a little too eager. I'm here and whenever you need me.
I giggle. Okay.
He's as he's speaking to you guys, sort of digging into his food and whatnot, and I'll say by this point, Jolly has returned and he's served everyone their food, and it is obviously wyvern meat, cooked in a very different,
excellent.
very different way, not what you guys are used to. And he's kind of looking back.
How is it prepared this time?
Very proudly. This time
As
it
always.
is
Give us a
prepared
description.
with, it's like in thinner strips, prepared alongside some home cooked bread. There's a gravy that's very artfully like up and down over the there's like a nice piece of bread, and then there's like thinner strips of this wyvern meat. They're like leaned up against it like a side of a tent, and then the gravy sort of strung along that, and there is a baked potato next to it.
Is it
Oh my Jolly, this is
Wagyu wyvern meat?
Sure.
Wait.
one of them desert potatoes. And it is he's kind of smiling. He's like, I did something interesting with that there. And he sort of motions at the potato.
I'll try it.
Looking at it, there's something off about it. Not in a bad way, obviously. It is very clearly baked. But when you
investigate the potato.
When you investigate said potato, you can tell that he somehow resealed it. So there's something in it.
I will try it.
Oh, I don't investigate the potato.
It investigates you. Oh shit, run! Tendrils
I
tear off the
investigate
potato.
it by eating it.
Exactly.
One bite.
It is delicious because the potato is stuffed with a twice baked potato with cheese, various herbs, obviously salts and peppers. And
now I want a baked potato. For
there's an
dinner.
interesting sauce inside the potato as well. Fortunately, we have a giant pile of potatoes, so we can very much do this. But he found a way to like reseal it. So like when rather than eating it one bite, which is quite delicious, when you cut the sucker open with a knife and or a fork, it kind of pops open, and then the heat and the smell just kind of hits you all at once. It's like, it's heavenly. It's fantastic. Your guest is, while he's used to decent foods, as I mentioned, you guys walked up and down the market and they had something nice. They had nothing close to this. And he's very, very proud looking as he kind of cuts into it and just is like, oh, what is this? And he starts just digging in, and Droon's like, yeah, of course this shit's good. And he's watching the newly acquired trade broker next to you guys dig in while he's eating, and he's looking at Jolly like, you got him, and he's looking back like, yeah.
As usual, meat for a king.
And Jolly very politely bows to you all. I'm glad you all like it.
Mom, mom, mom.
And with that, he kind of walks off, and this new person looks at you and goes, do you all normally eat like this? This is amazing.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it gets better the more food we bring. I will say the town wasn't much when we first arrived here, but it's improved, obviously, since we arrived, and it's only going to get better.
He nods slowly, very, very impressed, actually. Yes, this was definitely a good call on the leader to send me here. Oh, wow, you have quite a bit. Don't think I'll be able to extract this recipe from him, but well,
probably not.
we'll see.
I'm sure you can try, but I don't think Johnny is.
Yeah.
Well,
he
unless
might.
maybe you have something food-wise that you could trade with him.
Oh, that's true. He might trade. He might trade recipes.
He smirks.
He's
like,
all about learning.
Everyone has their price. And Droon sort of guffaws at that and slaps him way too hard in the back.
You know what? I think you might actually really enjoy the company of Suharto.
He's kind of coughing on his food a bit, and he laughs a bit, and so sort of nods, but he's very clearly trying to enjoy his food. And Droon is very clearly finished his, including the second helping that Jolly just brought by, and he leans back and just like, ooh, delicious. How do you know if you ate it so fast? Oh, I can tell. I have advanced taste buds. I can taste faster than most. He just kind of nods and goes, okay.
Man,
How
that's
have
the
you been-
superpower that I want.
I'm just gonna ask Droon, how have you been paying for all of this actually?
He pauses. I haven't.
Oh.
No.
Jolly and I have a little deal.
Well, if it's all right with Jolly, then I'm
Yeah,
fine.
all right.
I mean, he's giving me the food, isn't he? I'm not going to say no. He just keeps feeding me.
Not sure how that works.
Hey, he sort of waves his hand at it. I've never had people just hand me food and, walk away and then keep handing me food, so I'm not going to say no.
I mean, I guess as long as he's continually doing it.
Points at Kira. Precisely.
Yes. I do hope for you that he doesn't bring up the cost at some point.
He thinks for a second.
Yes, with your appetite, I think you've worked up quite a depth already.
Yeah, he kind of just waves it off like, meh. That'll be fine.
Yeah. If you ever need to pay him off, just kill a few wyverns.
Yeah, that'll work.
He sort of like jokingly starts to pull his sword out of his chest. He grabs like the hilt and is like, yeah, then he pushes it back in. And then the gentleman next to him is just like, he had food in his mouth, it just drops out.
Zolfu or a
Yeah,
random gentleman?
Zolfu. And he looks at you guys like, what did you
He
do?
does that.
This is normal.
Yeah, it's normal.
Slow nod. And he looks at the
Magic.
piece of food that fell. Sorry.
It's all right.
That was
You
rude.
can eat from the floor here, it's fine.
He continues to eat, slightly embarrassed, but still just, there's a lot of information to take in. There's a lot going on here. The fact that this tavern is underwater, and he can see like various fish through the windows and such that are swimming about. You actually notice that he still hasn't replaced that painting in the corner that he is eventually going to, but has not yet.
Well, I gotta give him his stuff first.
Of course. Other than that, everything is chill, happy, and
You're waiting for Kiara to roll a net 1 on the production.
it explodes.
It's ruined!
No.
It sets fire to the entire tavern.
No.
That would be absolutely
It's fine, I'll lend you
awful.
my helmet.
Thanks.
Alrighty, well, we will go ahead and pause our session there. And next week we have quite a few avenues available to us. Depending on the next major thing we do, I will basically have your guys' little weapon patrons, we'll say, ask you effectively what do you want next, and then we will go that route. Depending on if you guys decide to fight Mr. Scorpio or you go somewhere else, each will arrive more quick. We'll put it that way.
Booty.
But until then, it's been good. We'll catch y'all very soon.